Welcome to What If Sleep Storian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and, if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe will help me make more nightbound stories, and if you'd like to support even further, you can buy me a coffee through the link in the description. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The fog came to London that October evening the way it always did, without asking permission, curling through alleyways like a living thing with patience and purpose. It pressed itself against shop windows on Baker Street, softening the glow of gas lamps until each became a small private sun wrapped in grey velvet. The air carried the scent of coal smoke and damp wool, that particular perfume of a city preparing to tuck itself away for the night. Somewhere in the distance the bells of St. Marylebone chimed 6 times, their sound muffled and somehow closer than they should have been, as if the fog had brought them nearer just to keep them company. Inside 221B Baker Street, the fire crackled with the self-satisfied warmth of something that knew its job well. The flames cast dancing shadows across the cluttered sitting room where Sherlock Holmes sat motionless in his favoured armchair, fingers steepled beneath his chin, grey eyes fixed on nothing in particular, or perhaps on everything at once. The room smelled of pipe tobacco and old leather, of the particular mustiness that accumulates around stacks of newspapers and chemical equipment, of strong tea that had long since gone cold in a cup balanced on the armrest. Dr. John Watson sat across from him, the evening edition of the Times spread across his lap, though his attention had wandered from the print some minutes ago. He found himself instead watching the fog press against their bow window, creating phantoms of light and shadow that appeared and vanished like thoughts one couldn't quite hold on to. There was something hypnotic about it, the way London disappeared into that grey curtain each autumn, as if the city itself were practising for some grand vanishing act it might one day perform in earnest. "You're not reading, Watson," Holmes observed without moving, without even appearing to have noticed his companion at all. "You're watching the fog as if it might do something interesting." Watson smiled, accustomed to his friend's uncanny awareness. "Merely wool gathering, Holmes. The evening has that quality about it, contemplative somehow." Holmes murmured, a sound that might have been agreement or dismissal or something in between. London becomes philosophical in October. The fog encourages introspection, though it would serve people better to encourage vigilance. Before Watson could inquire what prompted such an observation, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed up the 17 steps from the street entrance. Mrs. Hudson's familiar tread, but faster than usual, carrying with it an energy that disrupted the evening's settled quiet. Holmes's eyes flickered with interest, though he still did not move. The door opened to reveal their landlady, a woman whose unflappable nature had been tested by years of tolerating Holmes's irregular hours and even more irregular experiments. Yet tonight her usually composed features carried a faint crease of concern, and she held a folded newspaper against her chest as if it were something more significant than mere print and paper. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," she began, then paused, seeming to gather her thoughts. "I wouldn't normally disturb you with gossip, you understand, but there's been such peculiar talk at the market this afternoon, and now it's in the evening papers as well." Holmes finally moved, unfolding from his position with the fluid grace of a cat who had decided that something might, after all, be worth his attention. "Come in, Mrs. Hudson. The fog has made you uneasy, or rather, something you've heard about the fog has done so. Please sit. Watson, perhaps some of that tea if it's still remotely warm." Mrs. Hudson settled into the chair Watson offered, smoothing her skirts with hands that trembled just slightly. "It's foolishness, most likely. People frightening themselves with stories, the way they do when the nights grow long. But there have been reports, several of them now, of people hearing footsteps behind them on the evening streets, follow them, matching their pace exactly." "Footsteps," Watson repeated gently, pouring tea that steamed faintly in the firelit room. "That's hardly unusual in London, surely." "No, Doctor, you don't understand," Mrs. Hudson continued, her voice dropping, though they were quite alone. "These people, respectable people, mind you, not given to flights of fancy, they all say the same thing. They hear the footsteps clearly, distinctly, right behind them, but when they turn around, there's no one there. just the fog and the empty street. Holmes had moved to the window, his hands clasped behind his back, his profile sharp against the grey light filtering through the glass. "How many reports?" he asked quietly. "The paper mentions 4 incidents in the past week," Mrs. Hudson replied, unfolding the newspaper with the care one might use with evidence. "But at the market, Mrs. Patterson told me her nephew experienced the same thing just last night on Whitechapel Road. And the greengrocer's assistant, young Timothy, you know him, always so steady. He looked quite shaken when I saw him this morning. Said he'd heard them too, walking home through Clerkenwell." Watson took the newspaper from Mrs. Hudson's hand, scanning the article she indicated. The headline read, "Mysterious footsteps plague London streets. Police baffled by phantom pursuer." The prose was sensational, as newspaper prose tended to be, but beneath the dramatic language, the facts aligned with what Mrs. Hudson had described. 4 separate individuals on 4 separate evenings, all reporting the same experience. Footsteps following them through the fog, footsteps that vanished when confronted. "The police attribute it to the fog playing tricks with sound," Watson read aloud. "Echoes bouncing in unusual ways, perhaps one's own footsteps reflected back by the walls and mist." "A reasonable explanation," Holmes said, still gazing out at the street below. "Sound does behave peculiarly in heavy fog. It can seem to come from unexpected directions, or carry farther than it should. The mind, already uneasy in poor visibility, might well create patterns from random noise." "But you don't believe that," Mrs. Hudson said softly. It wasn't quite a question. Holmes turned from the window, and something in his expression had sharpened, the way it did when a problem began to sketch itself in his mind. "I believe that 4 reported incidents suggest more are going unreported. People are reluctant to appear foolish after all. They'll convince themselves they imagined it, that they were tired or nervous or drunk rather than admit to being frightened by something they cannot explain." "Then you think there's truly something to investigate?" Watson asked, setting down his cup with renewed interest. "I think," Holmes said carefully, returning to his chair and reaching for his pipe, "that fear is as real as any physical phenomenon and far more contagious. Whether there's a rational explanation or not, if people believe they're being followed through London streets, that belief itself becomes a problem worth examining." Mrs. Hudson nodded, seeming relieved to have shared her burden. "Will you look into it then?" "Perhaps," Holmes replied, lighting his pipe with a match that flared bright in the dim room. "Though I suspect Lestrade and his colleagues at Scotland Yard will dismiss it as mass hysteria within the week, if they haven't already. Still, Watson, we might take a walk this evening, purely for exercise, you understand. The fog is rather magnificent." After Mrs. Hudson had departed, her step considerably lighter than when she'd arrived, Watson found himself studying his friend with the familiar mixture of amusement and curiosity that years of companionship had not diminished. "You're intrigued," he observed. "I'm cautious," Holmes corrected, though his eyes gleamed with something that might have been excitement. "There are several possibilities, none of which are supernatural despite what the more imaginative newspapers will undoubtedly suggest by tomorrow. Someone could be following people deliberately, staying just out of sight in the fog. A pickpocket, perhaps, selecting targets. Or it could indeed be acoustic peculiarity, though 4 identical reports suggest pattern rather than coincidence. Or, Watson prompted, recognizing that his friend had left something unsaid. Holmes drew on his pipe, exhaling smoke that joined the general haze of the room. Or someone is creating the phenomenon deliberately. The question then becomes, to what purpose? Fear for its own sake? Displacement of attention from some other activity? An experiment in mass psychology? You make it sound like a planned campaign rather than a random occurrence. Because if it's real, Watson, if there's genuine agency behind these reports, then it's far too consistent to be random. Consider, all the incidents occur in the evening in fog to solitary pedestrians. The footsteps always match the victim's pace, always stop when they stop, always vanish when confronted. That's not a chance, that's the method. Watson felt a small chill that had nothing to do with the draft from the window. Then someone is deliberately terrorizing people. Possibly, Holmes said softly, or preparing them for something. Fear is a useful tool, Doctor. It makes people predictable, makes them flee or freeze, makes them abandon their usual patterns. If I wanted to clear certain streets at certain hours, or drive people away from particular areas, manufacturing a phantom pursuer would be remarkably efficient. The fire crackled and settled, sending up a small shower of sparks. Outside, the fog had thickened until even the gas lamp directly across the street was barely visible, reduced to a suggestion of light in the grey darkness. London had become a city of whispers and shadows, of sounds without sources, of distances impossible to judge. Somewhere out there, Watson thought, someone might be walking home alone, listening to their own footsteps echo in the mist, wondering if that second set of steps they heard was real or imagined, wondering if they should turn around or quicken their pace or simply run. The real question, Holmes continued, his voice taking on that particular quality it had when he was thinking aloud, is why no one has been harmed. These reports span a week, possibly longer if we account for unreported incidents. Yet there's been no robbery, no assault, no apparent motive beyond creating unease. That suggests either exceptional patience on the part of our phantom or a purpose we haven't yet discerned. Perhaps the purpose is simply the fear itself, Watson suggested. Some minds take pleasure in causing distress. True enough, though even sadists usually escalate. They begin with small cruelties and progress to greater ones. Whoever, or whatever, is behind this has maintained remarkable consistency. The same method, the same result, night after night. That speaks of discipline or design. Holmes fell silent then, his gaze distant, and Watson knew better than to interrupt. His friend's mind was already working through possibilities, constructing and discarding theories with the systematic precision that made him unique among detectives. Watson returned to his newspaper, though the words seemed less substantial now, mere ink on paper trying to capture something that defied easy explanation. The evening deepened around them. Mrs. Hudson brought up their dinner, cold chicken and bread, eaten absently while Holmes remained lost in thought. The fog pressed closer against the windows, and somewhere in the distance church bells marked the hours passing. 7 o'clock, 8. The city settles into its nighttime rhythms, cab wheels rattling over cobblestones, voices calling goodnight, doors closing against the October chill. At 9:30, Holmes rose abruptly, reaching for his coat. "Come, Watson, let's see if London's fog has secrets it wishes to share." Watson needed no further invitation. He retrieved his own coat and the stout walking stick he'd carried since his army days, and together they descended the 17 steps to Baker Street. The fog enveloped them immediately, thick and cool and somehow intimate, as if they'd stepped into a world apart from the ordinary London they knew. Visibility extended perhaps 10 feet in any direction, enough to see the cobblestones beneath their feet, the vague outlines of buildings rising on either side, the occasional gas lamp burning like a drowned star. Their footsteps echoed in the muffled quiet, a steady rhythm against stone. Watson found himself listening, truly listening, in a way he rarely did on familiar streets. Every sound seemed both closer and more distant than it should be. A dog barking several streets away, a woman's laugh from an unseen window, the creak of a shop sign swaying in a breeze that couldn't be felt at street level. "Do you hear it?" Holmes asked softly after they'd walked for perhaps 5 minutes. Watson paused, straining his ears. "Hear what?" "Exactly," Holmes murmured. "We're alone on this street. There's no one ahead of us, no one visible behind. Yet listen carefully to our footsteps, Watson." They walked on, and now Watson concentrated on the sound of their progress. His own steps, Holmes's slightly different in rhythm and weight, the two patterns overlapping and separating, creating a complex percussion against the cobblestones. And there, was that a third pattern? A fourth? Or merely echoes bouncing off the fog-shrouded walls in unusual ways? The mind seeks patterns, Holmes said, as if reading Watson's thoughts. It hears 2 sets of steps and imagines 3, 4, a dozen phantom pursuers, particularly when one is already uneasy, already half expecting to be followed. The power of suggestion is remarkable, and fear amplifies it exponentially. Then you think it's all imagination after all? Holmes stopped walking, and in the sudden silence, Watson could have sworn he heard something. A footstep that wasn't his own, that wasn't Holmes's, that came from somewhere just beyond the limit of visibility in the swirling grey. But when he turned, there was nothing. Only fog, and the faint glow of a distant lamp and the infinite quiet of London holding its breath. "I think," Holmes said slowly, "that we've only begun to understand the question. Come, let's return to Baker Street. I have some research to conduct and you have notes to make, I suspect." They walked back through streets that seemed to watch them, through fog that pressed close like curious fingers, through a London that felt suddenly strange despite its familiarity. And if Watson heard footsteps behind them that matched their pace exactly, footsteps that vanished when he turned to look, he told himself it was merely the fog playing tricks, merely his imagination given too much freedom, merely the power of suggestion that Holmes had described. But he walked a little faster nonetheless, and he did not fully relax until they'd climbed those 17 steps and closed the door of 221B behind them, shutting out the fog and the night and whatever moved within them, seen or unseen, real or imagined, waiting in the grey London darkness for the next solitary walker to lose their way. The fire still burned in the grate, warm and real and ordinary. Holmes moved immediately to his shelves, pulling down volumes on acoustics and psychology, settling in for a night of research, and Watson took up his pen to record the beginning of what would become one of their most peculiar cases, the case of the footsteps that followed, the pursuer with no face, the fear that walked London streets like something alive. Outside, the fog thickened still further, and somewhere in its depths someone else walked home alone, listening to the echo of steps that might have been their own, or might have been something else entirely. Morning came to Baker Street with the reluctant grey light that October mornings favour, as if the sun itself needed coaxing to break through the lingering fog. The mist had thinned during the night but never quite departed, clinging to the city like a guest who'd overstayed their welcome, yet somehow remained charming in their persistence. Watson woke to the smell of strong coffee and the rustling of newspapers, sounds that meant Holmes had likely been awake for hours, perhaps had never slept at all. When Watson entered the sitting room, still fastening his collar, he found his friend surrounded by a fortress of newsprint. The Times, the Daily Telegraph, the Morning Post, even the more sensational penny dreadfuls that Holmes usually dismissed as beneath consideration. All of them lay scattered across the floor, the sofa, the table, some folded to specific articles, others marked with pencil annotations in Holmes's angular hand. "Good morning, Watson," Holmes said without looking up from the paper he was currently scrutinising. "Or perhaps I should say good afternoon, as you've slept rather later than usual. Mrs. Hudson has left coffee, still hot miraculously, and there are eggs if you're so inclined, though I should warn you they've gone a bit rubbery with waiting." Watson poured himself coffee, grateful for its warmth and bitter strength. "You've been busy, I see. Have the newspapers provided enlightenment?" "The newspapers have provided data," Holmes corrected, finally setting down the paper and fixing Watson with eyes that were bright despite their tiredness, animated by the particular energy that came when a puzzle began to reveal its shape. Whether that data leads to enlightenment remains to be seen, but Watson, our phantom footsteps are considerably more widespread than Mrs. Hudson's report suggested. He rose, gathering several newspapers and spreading them on the cleared section of table where Watson had settled with his coffee. His long fingers tapped each article in turn, a conductor orchestrating evidence. Here, the Evening Standard from 3 days ago mentions a clerk in Whitechapel who reported hearing footsteps on his walk home from his lodgings. Here, in yesterday's Telegraph, a governess from Bloomsbury describes an identical experience, the Times piece we read last evening, and look here, tucked away in the local news of the Suffolk Gazette, a lamplighter who swears he was followed for nearly a quarter mile, the steps matching his own so precisely that he thought himself going mad. Watson leaned forward, scanning the articles. The details were remarkably consistent. Evening hours, fog, solitary pedestrians, footsteps that mimicked and matched but revealed no source. That's at least 7 incidents then, more than the 4 officially reported. 9, Holmes said, returning to his chair and steepling his fingers. I sent a wire to Lestrade at Scotland Yard at dawn. He was kind enough to reply with their unofficial count, 9 separate reports in the past 10 days, though they have only publicly acknowledged the more credible ones. The others they've dismissed as copycat claims from people seeking attention or attempting to explain away their own intoxication. And what do you think? Holmes was quiet for a moment, his gaze distant. I think that 9 reports suggest 90 unreported incidents. People are far more willing to suffer in silence than admit to something that makes them appear foolish or unstable. I also think that Lestrade is making a grave mistake in his dismissals. Look at the geography, Watson. He produced a map of London from beneath the newspapers, already marked with 9 small X's in red pencil, scattered across the city's expanse like drops of blood on parchment. Watson studied the distribution. Whitechapel, Bloomsbury, Southwark, Clerkenwell, Lambeth, Shoreditch. No obvious pattern in the locations themselves, except they're all working-class areas, Watson observed, or at least areas where working people would be walking home in the evening. Precisely. No reports from Mayfair or Belgravia, where one might expect the wealthy to notice and report such disturbances with considerably more volume and authority. These incidents are occurring in neighbourhoods where people walk rather than ride, where the streets are poorly lit, where the fog gathers thickest between close-built buildings. Holmes traced his finger across the map, and noticed the timing, all between 6 and 9 in the evening, the hours when workers are making their way home, when the streets are emptying but not yet deserted. Watson felt the pieces shifting in his mind, trying to form a picture he couldn't quite see. You're suggesting this is deliberate, someone targeting specific types of people at specific times. I'm suggesting it's too consistent to be random chance or mass delusion. Fear spreads like disease, Watson, but even disease has patterns of transmission. This, he gestured at the map, the newspapers, the accumulated evidence of the morning's work. This speaks of intent. Before Watson could respond, the sound of heavy footsteps on the stairs announced a visitor. These were official footsteps, Watson thought with amusement, the determined tread of authority mixed with slight hesitation, the gait of someone who'd climbed these stairs before, but never felt entirely comfortable doing so. The knock that followed confirmed his suspicion. Lestrade's particular rhythm, businesslike but not unkind. "Come in, Inspector," Holmes called. "You've saved me the trouble of visiting Scotland Yard, though I suspect your presence means the situation has evolved since your early morning wire." Inspector Lestrade entered, removing his hat and nodding to Watson before turning his attention to Holmes. He was a small man with sharp features and the perpetually harried expression of someone responsible for maintaining order in a city that had little natural inclination toward it. But his eyes were intelligent, and he'd learned over the years to trust Holmes's instincts, even when they seemed to lead toward the improbable. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he began, his voice carrying the weight of a sleepless night. "I apologise for the early call, but we've had a development, a rather troubling one." Holmes gestured to a chair, but Lestrade remained standing, too agitated for sitting. "Another report?" Holmes asked. "Not exactly, or rather yes, but—" Lestrade paused, gathering his thoughts. "There's been a disappearance. A chemist from Southwark, respectable man, family business, regular as clockwork in his habits. He left his shop last evening at his usual hour, and began the walk to his lodgings 3 streets away. Never arrived. His landlady reported him missing this morning when his bed hadn't been slept in." Watson set down his coffee cup with a sound that seemed too loud in the suddenly tense room. "And you think this is connected to footsteps? His shop boy came to us this morning, quite distraught. Said his employer had been nervous all week, claiming he'd been hearing things on his evening walks. The boy had dismissed it as nerves or too much sampling of medicinal spirits. But yesterday evening, as the chemist was closing up, the boy heard him muttering about those damned footsteps again, and saw him lock the door with hands that shook." Holmes was on his feet instantly, energy coursing through him like current through a wire. "The chemist's name and address, if you please. His shop as well. Has anyone examined his route home?" "Albert Greenwood, chemist and apothecary, shop on the corner of Union Street and Southwark Bridge Road. Lived, in rooms above a tobacconist 3 streets east. We walked the route ourselves this morning. Nothing unusual, or at least nothing we could determine in daylight. His personal effects, his behaviour in recent days." Lestrade produced a notebook, flipping through pages. According to his landlady, he'd been increasingly nervous for the past week. Wasn't sleeping well, kept looking over his shoulder, asked her twice if she'd heard anyone on the stairs at night. She thought he was working too hard, mixing too many compounds without proper ventilation. His shop boy confirms the agitation, but says his work was as precise as ever. If anything, he'd been more careful than usual, checking and rechecking his preparations. Holmes had already moved to the window, his mind clearly racing ahead. "The police have searched for him. As much as we can. We've had men walking his usual route, checking with local residents, examining the streets near his shop and lodgings. No trace, Mr. Holmes. It's as if he simply vanished into the fog." "Men vanish for many reasons," Holmes said softly, still gazing out at the grey morning. "Debt, scandal, Affairs of the heart gone wrong, but the timing is suggestive, Inspector. 9 reports of phantom footsteps and now a disappearance. Either coincidence or connection, and I've little faith in coincidence when patterns are this clear. Watson rose, already knowing what would come next. We'll need to examine the chemist's shop and lodgings. Already anticipated, Doctor, Lestrade said with something approaching a smile. I've a cab waiting below, though I should warn you, the shop boy is convinced his employer was taken by something supernatural. He's been reading penny dreadfuls about Spring-Heeled Jack and the like, and he's gotten the whole neighbourhood stirred up with talk of ghosts and demons. Ghosts and demons, Holmes murmured, turning from the window with an expression Watson couldn't quite read. Are considerably less dangerous than human beings with purpose and planning. Come, let's see what Mr. Greenwood's disappearance can tell us about his phantom pursuer. The cab ride to Southwark carried them through a London that seemed to exist in layers, the prosperous streets giving way gradually to working neighbourhoods, the architecture changing from grand Georgian facades to modest brick buildings, pressed close together like people sharing warmth. The fog still clung here, thicker than in the more open streets of Baker Street, creating the sense of travelling backward in time, or perhaps sideways into some parallel city where the sun never quite managed to assert itself. Greenwood's shop occupied a corner position, its windows displaying the traditional coloured glass bottles that marked an apothecary, ruby red, emerald green, sapphire blue, glowing dully in the grey light like jewels underwater. The interior smelled of the 1,000 compounds that chemists dealt in, camphor and laudanum, sulphur and mercury, herbs both common and exotic, all mingling into a scent that was both medicinal and slightly mysterious. The shop boy, a thin youth with red-rimmed eyes and trembling hands, let them in. His name was Timothy Cole, and he'd worked for Mr. Greenwood for 2 years, learning the trade with the hope of one day having his own establishment. Now he looked lost, surrounded by bottles and scales and equipment he understood, but could no longer properly use without his master's guidance. He was a good man, sirs, Timothy said as Holmes began his examination of the shop. Never raised his voice, always patient with my mistakes. Whatever happened to him, he didn't deserve it. He was afraid these last days, truly afraid, and Mr. Greenwood wasn't a man who frightened easily. Holmes moved through the shop with the focused intensity Watson had witnessed countless times, his eyes taking in details that others would miss. He examined the counter where Greenwood had worked, the ledger with its careful entries of compounds mixed and sold, the small desk in the corner where personal correspondence lay neatly stacked. Watson watched Lestrade watching Holmes, saw the inspector's mixture of admiration and slight bewilderment at the detective's methods. "This correspondence," Holmes said, holding up a letter. "When did it arrive?" Timothy consulted a small calendar on the wall. 4 days ago, sir. It upset him, I remember. He read it twice, then put it away without comment, but his hands shook as he filed it. The letter was simple enough, a notice from the landlord of the building housing Greenwood's shop, informing him that the property had been purchased by new owners and that his lease would not be renewed beyond the current term. He had 3 months to relocate his business. The language was formal, but not unkind. The terms standard enough. Yet something about it had disturbed the chemist. "Who are these new owners?" Holmes asked. Lestrade consulted his notes. "A development company, Whitmore Holdings. They've been buying up properties in this area for the past 6 months, planning some kind of improvement scheme from what we understand. Perfectly legal, perfectly ordinary." Holmes pocketed the letter, and yet it troubled him. "Timothy, did Mr. Greenwood mention the letter again? Discuss it with anyone?" The boy shook his head. "Not that I heard, sir, but he did start taking different routes home, varying them like. Said he wanted to explore the neighbourhood while he still worked here, but I thought it odd at the time. Mr. Greenwood was a creature of habit, you see. Same route, same time, every day for years." "Until the footsteps began," Watson said quietly. "Yes, sir. That's when he started changing his path. But it didn't help. He still heard them, no matter which streets he took, and the last few nights," Timothy's voice dropped. "He said they were getting closer, that he could almost feel breath on the back of his neck, though when he turned, there was nothing but fog." Holmes had moved to the shop window, looking out at the street where afternoon foot traffic was beginning to increase. Workers finishing early shifts, housewives returning from market, children darting between adults like small fish in a stream. "Show me the route he took that final evening, the one you believe he walked." They left the shop in Timothy's care and walked eastward, following the path the young man had described. 3 streets, Lestrade had said, but 3 streets in Southwark could contain a world of possibility. The buildings here were old, some dating back a century or more, their bricks darkened by years of London's sooty air. Narrow alleys branched off the main thoroughfare, spaces where the fog lingered even at midday, where footsteps would echo strangely off close walls. Holmes walked slowly, his eyes scanning not just the street, but the buildings, the doorways, the shadowed spaces between structures. Watson followed, trying to see what his friend saw, trying to understand what pattern was emerging from this geography of fear. "Here," Holmes said suddenly, stopping at the entrance to one such alley. "Watson," Lestrade, "stand at the mouth of this passage and walk away slowly. I want to hear how your footsteps sound." They complied, and Watson heard it immediately. The peculiar echo, the way sound bounced off the narrow walls and seemed to multiply, creating the impression of more footsteps than there actually were. When they returned, Holmes was examining the walls themselves, running his hands over the brick as if reading them like Braille. "Interesting," he murmured. "Very interesting indeed. The acoustics here are exceptional. Natural amplification combined with the fog's tendency to carry sound in unusual ways. A person walking alone through this passage would hear their own steps doubled, tripled, seeming to come from behind them. A rational explanation for an unsettling phenomenon." "Then you think that's all it is?" Lestrade asked, relief evident in his voice. "Tricks of sound and fog, and the chemist simply— what? Fell into the river? Had an accident in his fear?" But Holmes was shaking his head, still studying the alley with that concentrated focus. "I think this explains some reports, perhaps many of them. The mind, already nervous from earlier experiences, hearing echoes and interpreting them as pursuit. But it doesn't explain why Greenwood was so frightened that he changed his routes. It doesn't explain his disappearance. And it certainly doesn't explain—" He trailed off, crouching suddenly at the alley's entrance. His fingers traced something on the cobblestones. Marks Watson couldn't quite make out, patterns in the thin layer of mud that had accumulated. When Holmes straightened, his expression was grave. "It doesn't explain why there are clear signs of a struggle here. Scuff marks suggesting someone was dragged backward into this alley. And footprints, Lestrade, 2 sets. One belonging to a man of approximately Greenwood's build and weight. The other what?" Watson asked, though something in his friend's tone made him uneasy. Holmes met his eyes. "The other suggests someone exceptionally tall, well over 6 feet, possibly 6.5, with a stride that's unusually long and a gait that's oddly measured, as if they were walking very deliberately, placing each foot with great care." The 3 men stood in silence, looking at the alley that was just one of hundreds like it in London, a space that was perfectly ordinary and perfectly suited for things that preferred to remain hidden. The fog was thickening again as afternoon moved toward evening, and Watson found himself wondering how many other alleys held similar secrets, how many other walks home had ended in ways that left no trace, beyond scuff marks on cobblestones, and the fading memory of footsteps that should not have been there. "We need to search for Greenwood," Lestrade said finally. "If he was taken from here—" "He's long gone," Holmes interrupted, though not unkindly. "This happened last evening. Whoever has him has had hours to move him, hide him, or worse. But we can search the area, certainly. Watson, note the precise location. I'll want to return here after dark and experience it as Greenwood would have." As they made their way back toward the main street, Watson couldn't shake the image Holmes had painted, a man walking alone, hearing footsteps behind him. Footsteps that matched his pace exactly. Footsteps belonging to someone impossibly tall, someone who moved with deliberate precision, someone who had emerged from the fog to drag a frightened chemist into the shadows. "Holmes," he said quietly, falling back slightly so only his friend could hear. "What are we dealing with here?" Holmes's voice was equally low. "I don't yet know, Watson, but I can tell you what we're not dealing with. We're not dealing with random chance or mass hysteria or tricks of fog and acoustics, though those elements are certainly being used. We're dealing with someone who understands fear, who knows how to cultivate it, who's been preparing the ground very carefully. The footsteps were the beginning, Watson. Greenwood's disappearance is the escalation." "To what end?" "That," Holmes said as they emerged from the narrow streets of Southwark, into the broader thoroughfare where their cab waited, is what we must discover before the phantom footsteps claim another victim. Because they will, Watson. This is far from over. This is, I fear, only just beginning. The ride back to Baker Street was quiet, each man lost in his own thoughts. Through the cab window, Watson watched London preparing for evening. Shopkeepers lighting lamps, workers heading home, the city arranging itself for another night. And somewhere in that vast maze of streets and alleys, someone very tall with very measured steps was waiting in the fog, waiting for the next solitary walker to hear footsteps behind them and make the fatal mistake of either running or turning around. Watson shivered despite his coat, despite the warmth of the cab's interior, and when they arrived at Baker Street he found himself grateful for the 17 steps, for the solid door, for the familiar rooms where gas lamps burned bright and fire kept the fog at bay. But he knew that soon, perhaps tonight, they would venture out again into that fog, and this time they would be searching for more than acoustic peculiarities or rational explanations. They would be searching for a phantom who left very real footprints behind. The afternoon faded into evening with the grey inevitability of October's shorter days, as if the sun had grown weary of its daily battle with London's fog and surrendered earlier with each passing week. By the time Mrs. Hudson brought up their tea, accompanied by cold roast beef and bread that neither Holmes nor Watson had much appetite for, the windows of Baker Street had become mirrors reflecting lamplight back into the room, the world beyond reduced to occasional shadows passing through the gathering darkness. Holmes had spent the hours since their return from Southwark in what Watson had come to recognise as his deepest state of concentration. Not the restless pacing that accompanied frustration, nor the manic energy of pursuit, but rather a profound stillness, seated in his chair with eyes closed, fingers steepled beneath his chin, his entire being focused inward as his mind constructed and reconstructed theories from the day's evidence. Watson had occupied himself with correspondence and the medical journals that had accumulated unread on his desk, but his attention wandered repeatedly to the window, to the fog pressing against the glass like something alive and curious, to the Jidung lit street below where occasional pedestrians hurried past, their footsteps echoing up to the second-floor sitting room in rhythms both ordinary and somehow unsettling. It was nearly 7 o'clock when Holmes finally stirred, opening his eyes with the abruptness of someone emerging from deep water. "Watson," he said, his voice carrying that particular tone of decision made. "I need you to do something that may seem unusual, even by our standards." Watson set aside his journal. "I'm listening. I need you to write something for me. A letter, ostensibly from yourself, to be published in tomorrow's morning papers if we can manage it. The Times, certainly, but also the Telegraph and the Evening Standard, an appeal for information regarding the phantom footsteps, specifically requesting that anyone who has experienced the phenomenon contact us here at Baker Street, regardless of whether they've reported it to the police. You think there are more victims than we know? I'm certain of it. Greenwood's disappearance will have been reported by now. Lestrade assured me the evening papers would carry it. Fear spreads quickly, Watson, but so does the desire to not be alone in one's fear. If people realise others have experienced what they have, they'll be more willing to come forward, and more importantly, they may remember details they've dismissed as unimportant, details that could establish the pattern we're looking for." Watson moved to the writing desk, pulling out paper and pen. "What should I say?" Holmes rose, moving to stand by the fire, his profile sharp against the flickering light. "Keep it simple. State that we're investigating reports of unusual footsteps heard in the evening streets, that we believe these incidents may be connected to recent disappearances, that we guarantee discretion and take all reports seriously, emphasise that even seemingly small details may be significant, and Watson, mention that victims should note the precise location, time and direction they were walking, as well as any unusual sensations beyond the auditory. Unusual sensations. The feeling of being watched, changes in temperature, sense out of place. The mind notices more than we consciously register, particularly when afraid. If our phantom is flesh and blood, and I'm increasingly certain he is, he leaves traces beyond footprints and fear." Watson began writing, the scratch of pen on paper a soothing counterpoint to the crackle of the fire. Outside, church bells marked the hour, 7 chimes rolling through the fog, muffled and melancholy. By the time he'd finished the draft and read it aloud for Holmes's approval, full darkness had settled over London, and the street below had emptied of all but the most necessary travellers. "Excellent," Holmes said, taking the letter. "I'll have this delivered to the newspapers tonight. They'll run it in the morning editions. Now, I suggest we fortify ourselves with some of that tea Mrs. Hudson has left, because in approximately 1 hour we're going to retrace Greenwood's final journey. And this time, Watson, we're not merely observing, we're inviting our phantom to show himself." Watson felt a familiar thrill of apprehension mixed with anticipation. "You mean to draw him out?" "I mean to understand him, his methods, his timing, his selection of victims. The best way to do that is to become potential victims ourselves, or at least to appear as such." Holmes poured tea with steady hands, though his eyes gleamed with the intensity that always preceded action. "Single men, walking alone through fog-bound streets at the hours when he's most active. We'll separate, you take. The route from Greenwood's shop to his lodgings. I'll parallel you 1 street over. If he's looking for opportunities, we'll provide them. And if he takes the bait, then we'll learn whether he's a man using clever tricks to create terror, or something more dangerous. Either way, we'll have advanced our understanding considerably. Drink your tea, Watson. It may be a long night." They departed Baker Street shortly after 8, wrapped in heavy coats against the October chill, Watson carrying his stout walking stick, and Holmes armed with nothing but his sharp mind and sharper eyes. The fog had thickened to the consistency of damp wool, reducing visibility to a few yards in any direction, transforming familiar London into a labyrinth of shadow and suggestion. They took a cab as far as London Bridge, then separated with nothing more than a nod of understanding, Holmes heading west towards Southwark Bridge Road, Watson turning south toward the chemist's shop. The plan was simple: walk the routes alone, at the pace an ordinary worker would keep heading home, and see what manifested from the fog. Watson found himself alone on Union Street with a completeness he rarely experienced in London. The fog muffled sound so effectively that the great city might have been deserted. Its millions vanished, leaving only grey emptiness and the steady rhythm of his own footsteps against cobblestones. Gas lamps created small islands of hazy light every 30 yards or so, each one a temporary refuge before the next stretch of darkness between. He walked at a measured pace, trying to embody the character of a clerk or shopkeeper heading home after a long day, someone weary and thinking of dinner and warmth rather than watching the shadows for threats. His medical training had taught him to notice physical details, the dampness in the air that would aggravate rheumatism, the particular chill that suggested the fog had rolled in from the Thames, the way his breath created small clouds that merged immediately with the larger greyness. But it was his military experience that kept his senses alert beneath the facade of ordinary pedestrians. The years in Afghanistan had trained him to notice wrongness, the quality of silence before an ambush, the sense of being observed even when no observer was visible, the tiny alterations in environment that signalled danger. For the first 5 minutes, nothing seemed amiss. His footsteps echoed in the standard patterns, sharp against stone where buildings created close walls, softer where the street opened onto small squares or courtyards. He passed a pub that glowed with warmth and voices, briefly considered stopping for the comfort of company, then continued on. This was what Greenwood would have done, he thought. Walked past the temptation of populated spaces, maintained his route home out of habit and economy. It was between the 6th and 7th gas lamps that Watson first heard them. The additional footsteps, they, emerged so gradually from his own rhythm that at first he thought it merely an echo behaving strangely, bouncing off the fog in unexpected ways. But as he continued walking, maintaining his pace, he became certain there was a second set of steps, falling perhaps 10 yards behind him, matching his speed exactly. Watson's hand tightened on his walking stick. His military instincts screamed at him to turn, to confront, to identify the threat. But Holmes's instructions had been clear: behave as a normal person would. An ordinary walker hearing footsteps behind them might glance back casually, so Watson did, turning his head as if to check his bearings. The street behind him was empty, nothing but fog and the dim glow of the last lamp fading into greyness. Yet the footsteps continued, clear and distinct, keeping pace. Watson walked on, his heart rate increasing despite his efforts to remain calm. The footsteps followed. He slowed his pace experimentally. They slowed as well, maintaining the exact distance. He quickened. They quickened. The synchronization was perfect, almost mechanically precise, and far more unnerving than if they'd been irregular or approaching. The rational part of his mind began cataloguing possibilities. An echo distorted by the fog and close buildings. Someone genuinely walked behind him, who ducked into a doorway when he looked back. His own footsteps reflecting off some acoustic peculiarity Holmes had mentioned. All reasonable explanations, yet his body knew otherwise. The hair on the back of his neck had risen, his breathing had shallowed. Some ancient part of his brain, the part that had kept his ancestors alive when humans were prey as often as predators, was insisting that he was being followed by something that meant him harm. He approached an alley entrance, perhaps the very one where Greenwood had been taken. The footsteps behind him continued their measured pace. Watson slowed, pretending to search his pockets, as if looking for a key or cigarettes, using the moment to strain his hearing for any sound beyond the footsteps. That's when he caught it, so faint he almost missed it beneath the sound of his own breathing. Not a footstep, not quite. More like the rustle of fabric, the whisper of something large moving through the fog, and with it, the strangest sensation, a change in temperature, a pocket of cold air that seemed to pass near him, carrying a scent he couldn't quite identify. Damp earth, perhaps, something organic and slightly unpleasant. Not the usual London smell of coal smoke and horses, but something older, more fundamental. Watson made his decision. He turned abruptly, completely, standing in the middle of the street and facing directly back the way he'd come. "I know you're there," he called out, his voice carrying firmly through the fog. "Show yourself. I'm armed and I'm not afraid." The footsteps stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, oppressive, as if the entire city had drawn breath and held it. Watson stood perfectly still, walking stick-raised defensively, eyes scanning the fog for any sign of movement. The nearest gas lamp created a sphere of hazy illumination, perhaps 15 feet in diameter. Beyond that, nothing but grey darkness and the suggestion of building shapes rising on either side of the street. For 30 seconds, Watson counted them by his heartbeat, nothing moved. Then, at the very edge of the lamplight's reach, he saw it. A shadow. Taller than any man Watson had ever encountered. Impossibly tall, standing motionless in the fog. It had a shape suggesting human form. Head, shoulders, body. But the proportions were wrong, stretched, as if someone had taken a normal silhouette and pulled it upward like taffy. And where the face should be, where features should have been visible even in the poor light, there was only smoothness. A blank oval of darkness that somehow looked back at him. Watson's mouth went dry. Every instinct screamed at him to run, to flee this thing that couldn't be real, that violated every natural law he understood. But his training held. He stood his ground, raised his walking stick higher and called out again. "Who are you? What do you want?" The figure didn't move, didn't respond, simply stood there at the edge of visibility, impossibly tall, impossibly still, watching with a face that had no eyes. Then it began to move, not walking. That would have been too ordinary, too comprehensible. It moved more like it was gliding, maintaining its height, its impossible proportions, advancing slowly through the fog toward Watson's position. The footsteps had resumed, but they didn't match the movement and didn't correspond to any normal gait. They continued their measured rhythm while the figure seemed to flow forward like smoke, given temporary solidity. Watson backed up, maintaining distance, his mind racing. This couldn't be supernatural, Holmes had taught him that much. Everything had an explanation, every phenomenon a rational cause. This was a trick, an illusion, someone using the fog and darkness to create an impression of inhuman presence. It had to be. But knowing it intellectually did nothing to calm the primal terror that surged through him as the thing continued its advance. He backed into a gas lamp post, the metal solid and real against his shoulders, and made his stand there in the small circle of light. The figure stopped just at the edge of illumination, as if the lamplight formed a barrier it couldn't or wouldn't cross. For a long moment they remained frozen in this tableau. Watson pressed against the lamp, the faceless figure looming in the darkness beyond. Then Watson heard running footsteps, blessedly normal footsteps, approaching rapidly from his left. Holmes's voice cut through the fog. "Watson, where are you?" The moment Holmes's shout echoed through the street, the figure moved. But this time it moved with shocking speed, spinning with a swirl of what might have been a long coat or cloak, and vanishing into the fog so quickly Watson couldn't track its direction. One moment it was there, tall and terrible and blank-faced. The next, nothing but empty air and dispersing mist. Holmes appeared from a side street, slightly out of breath, his eyes sharp with concern. "Watson, are you hurt? I heard you call out." "I saw it," Watson interrupted, his voice rougher than he intended. "Holmes, I saw the thing. The phantom. It was—" He paused, trying to find words adequate to describe what he had witnessed. It was impossibly tall, 7 feet at least, perhaps more, and its face, Holmes, it had no face, just a blank surface where features should be. Holmes's expression shifted from concern to intense interest. He moved past Watson, examining the spot where the figure had stood, crouching to study the cobblestones. No footprints here. The stone is too hard, too dry despite the fog. But Watson, are you certain about the height? 7 feet. At minimum, I'm 6 feet myself. This thing towered over what I would stand, and the way it moved. Watson shuddered despite himself. It didn't walk naturally. It glided, as if its feet weren't quite touching the ground. "Stilts," Holmes said immediately, still examining the ground. It would explain the height, the measured footsteps, the unnatural gait. Stilt walking was quite popular in coastal regions of France. Fishermen and shepherds used them to traverse marshy ground. Someone skilled could move quite quickly and maintain balance even on cobblestones, especially if they'd practiced extensively. But the face, Holmes, the blank face. A mask, smooth, featureless, designed to create exactly the impression of wrongness you experienced. Combined with the height from stilts, the obscuring fog, and the natural fear response to being followed in darkness, it would be remarkably effective at creating terror. Holmes straightened, his eyes gleaming with the light of understanding. "Watson, this is brilliant. Horrifying, yes, but brilliant in its conception. Our phantom isn't supernatural, he's theatrical. He's created a persona designed to bypass rational thought and strike directly at primal fears." Watson felt his heartbeat beginning to slow, his breathing evening out. With Holmes beside him, analysing and explaining, the experience began to feel less like an encounter with the impossible, and more like what it had actually been, a calculated assault on his senses and sanity. But why? To what purpose? That remains our central question. But we've learned something valuable tonight. Our phantom is real, he's actively hunting, and he's equipped himself specifically for the task of creating terror. The stilts, the mask, the careful timing, the use of fog and darkness. None of this is accidental. Someone has invested considerable thought and resources into becoming fear incarnate. They began walking together back toward the main thoroughfare, Watson grateful for his friend's solid presence beside him. The fog seemed less oppressive now, the shadows less threatening. But as they walked, Watson found himself glancing back over his shoulder repeatedly, unable to shake the memory of that tall, faceless figure standing at the edge of the lamplight, watching him with eyes it didn't possess. "We should report this to Lestrade," Watson said. "In the morning. Tonight I want to examine Greenwood's lodgings more thoroughly. I have a theory about why he was specifically targeted. But Watson—" Holmes stopped, placing a hand on his friend's shoulder. "Thank you for that. I know it took considerable courage to stand your ground against something designed to shatter courage." Watson managed a slight smile. "I had faith you'd arrive before I completely disgraced myself by running." "You wouldn't have run. That's not who you are." Holmes resumed walking. "But our phantom doesn't know that. He expects his victims to flee or freeze, to be so overwhelmed by terror that they become easy targets. Greenwood must have tried to run. That's why there were signs of struggle. He panicked, and in his panic he was taken. Taken where? And again, why? Questions we must answer before he claims another victim. Because he will, Watson. This isn't finished. Greenwood's disappearance was an escalation, but I suspect even that wasn't the final goal. Someone is building towards something, using fear as a tool to achieve an end we haven't yet identified. They emerged onto a broader street where traffic still moved, where other pedestrians walked in pairs and groups, where the normal life of London continued oblivious to the terror stalking its fog-bound alleys. Watson breathed in the relatively clearer air, grateful for the sounds of ordinary commerce and conversation, for the reminder that the city contained far more light than darkness, far more reason than fear. But he knew that somewhere in that vast maze of streets, someone very tall was walking on stilts through the fog, wearing a mask with no face, listening to the footsteps of solitary travellers and deciding which one would next feel the horror of being hunted through London's eternal twilight. And he knew that before this case was concluded, he and Holmes would face that figure again, in circumstances that might not allow for rescue or escape. The thought should have terrified him. Instead, oddly, it steadied him. Whatever walked London streets wearing that terrible blank mask, it was human. And humans, no matter how clever or cruel, could be caught. The game, as Holmes would say, was afoot. And this time, Watson intended to be ready. The night deepened around Baker Street like ink spreading through water, and with it came a fog so dense it seemed almost solid, as if London had been packed in cotton wool by some enormous invisible hand. Watson stood at the window of their sitting room, watching the street below vanish into grey nothingness, and tried to shake the lingering unease from his encounter with the faceless figure. Behind him, Holmes moved about the room with restless energy, arranging maps and notes, checking his pocket watch, preparing for the evening's expedition with the methodical care of a surgeon before an operation. "We'll separate again," Holmes said, not for the first time. His voice carried that particular tone of controlled excitement that Watson had learned meant his friend was working through a complex plan, testing it for flaws, adjusting variables. But this time with a specific purpose. Our phantom hunts in particular areas. The map shows a clear concentration in Southwark, Whitechapel, and Lambeth. Working-class neighbourhoods with poor lighting, narrow streets, buildings close enough to create acoustic peculiarities. Watson turned from the window. "You think he chooses his hunting grounds deliberately?" "I'm certain of it. These aren't random attacks. They're territory-based. He knows the geography intimately, knows which alleys amplify sound, which streets empty earliest in the evening, where the fog gathers thickest. That suggests someone local, someone who's spent considerable time studying these areas." Holmes spread the map across the table, his long fingers tracing routes. "You'll take Lambeth, start near the river, and work your way inland. I'll cover Whitechapel. We'll maintain roughly parallel courses and meet at Westminster Bridge at midnight. And if we encounter our phantom again?" Holmes's smile was sharp. "Then we follow. We track him to his lair, discover who he is and what he's after. But Watson," his expression became serious, "if you do encounter him, don't engage directly. Follow at a distance, mark the route, but don't attempt confrontation alone. We now know he's willing to take victims by force. Greenwood's disappearance proves that." Watson nodded, checking his pocket watch. "It's nearly 9 o'clock. The streets would be emptying, the fog thickening, the stage being set for whatever drama would unfold in London's labyrinth." He collected his walking stick, a comforting weight in his hand, and his heaviest coat. Holmes did the same, adding a dark scarf that would help him blend into shadows, and the thin cane he occasionally carried, which Watson knew concealed a blade. "The game begins," Holmes said quietly, something like satisfaction in his voice. "Let's see what secrets the fog is willing to share." They descended the 17 steps together, emerged into the wall of grey that had swallowed Baker Street whole, then separated without ceremony, Holmes heading east, Watson south toward the Thames. Within moments, each had vanished from the other's sight, swallowed by the fog as completely as if they'd never existed. Watson walked through a London transformed. The fog reduced the city to impressions and suggestions, the bulk of buildings rising on either side without clear edges, gas lamps that appeared suddenly like pale moons swimming in milk, the occasional silhouette of another pedestrian passing like a ghost. Sound behaved strangely here, sometimes carrying clearly from blocks away, sometimes vanishing completely as if absorbed by the grey dampness. He crossed Westminster Bridge, the Thames invisible below but audible, its eternal murmur reminding him that beneath all of London's constructed solidity flowed something older and more patient. The bridge was empty save for himself and the fog, his footsteps echoing off the stone with a loneliness that seemed to expand in all directions. Lambeth welcomed him with narrow streets and the smell of the river, that mixture of mud and decay and working docks that marked London's relationship with the water that had made it great. Here the buildings pressed closer, 3- and 4-story structures leaning toward each other across cobblestone lanes as if sharing whispered secrets. The fog seemed thicker here, lower, moving in slow swirls that suggested it had texture and weight. Watson walked at a measured pace, making himself visible to anyone watching, making himself vulnerable in the way their phantom seemed to prefer. His senses were fully alert despite the casual appearance he projected, eyes scanning the grey darkness for movement, ears cataloguing every sound, body ready to respond to threat. For 20 minutes, nothing unusual occurred. He passed a pub from which laughter and light spilled briefly before being swallowed by fog. A woman hurried past, clutching a shawl tight, her footsteps quick and nervous. A cat yowled from an unseen alley, the sound sharp and startling. The normal nighttime symphony of a working neighbourhood settling into uneasy rest. Then, on a particularly narrow street where the buildings seemed to lean so close their upper floors nearly touched, Watson heard them again. The footsteps. They began so subtly he almost missed them beneath his own rhythm. An echo that wasn't quite an echo, a shadow sound that matched his pace exactly. Watson continued walking, forcing himself to maintain the same speed, the same casual gait, while his mind raced and his pulse quickened. The footsteps followed, distinct now, deliberate, perhaps 15 yards behind. Watson counted his own steps, listening to how the following steps synchronized perfectly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Each beat matched, each pause mirrored. It was the precision that made it so unnerving, the mechanical exactness that suggested something not quite human in its perfection. He approached a corner where a gas lamp cast its feeble light, creating a pool of relative visibility in the grey sea. As he passed through the light into darkness beyond, Watson risked a glance back. Nothing. The street behind him was empty, the fog undisturbed, yet the footsteps continued, relentless, patient, maintaining their measured pursuit. Watson's training asserted itself. He needed to test this, to understand it. He stopped abruptly, pretending to adjust his boot. The following footsteps stopped exactly when he did. Not a fraction of a second later, not an echo dying away, but simultaneous cessation that defied the normal delays of sound travelling through space. He started walking again. The footsteps resumed, perfectly synchronized. Acoustic trick, he told himself. Some peculiarity of these narrow walls and heavy fog that created this impression of impossible timing. Holmes would explain it and would demonstrate the physics involved. But knowing there must be an explanation didn't calm the primal fear rising in his chest, didn't stop his hand from tightening on his walking stick, didn't prevent him from wanting to run. Instead, Watson walked slower. The following steps slowed to match. He walked faster. They accelerated in perfect proportion. It was like being shadowed by his own reflection given independent existence, stalked by an echo that had learned to anticipate rather than follow. The street narrowed further, buildings pressing so close Watson could have touched both walls if he extended his arms. The fog seemed to thicken here, becoming almost tangible, and with it came that peculiar cold he'd felt before. Not the natural October chill, but something more concentrated, a pocket of air several degrees colder than it should be, and a scent, faint but distinct, damp earth and something organic, something that reminded Watson of the morgue, of preservation fluids and decay held temporarily at bay. It didn't belong in a London street, this scent. It belonged somewhere underground, somewhere sealed away from light and life. The footsteps behind him changed their rhythm. No longer matching him exactly, they began to accelerate, closing the distance, coming closer. Watson's heart hammered against his ribs. He forced himself to keep walking at the same pace, to not give in to the urge to run, to maintain the appearance of an ordinary pedestrian unaware of danger. But every nerve in his body screamed warnings. Every instinct honed by years of survival in war zones insisted he was being hunted by something that intended harm. He passed another gas lamp. The light seemed dimmer here, struggling against the fog, barely creating a glow before being smothered. In that brief illumination, Watson caught movement from the corner of his eye. Not behind him where the footsteps sounded, but to his left, in the narrow gap between buildings. A shadow, too tall, too thin, there and gone so quickly he couldn't be certain he'd seen it at all. The footsteps had stopped. The silence was absolute, oppressive. Watson stood motionless in the middle of the narrow street, breathing carefully through his nose to quiet the sound of his own respiration, listening with every fibre of his being for some indication of where his pursuer had gone. Nothing. No footsteps, no movement, no sound save the distant murmur of the river and his own pulse thundering in his ears. Then, from directly ahead rather than behind, a whisper of fabric, the rustle of something large moving in darkness, and emerging from the fog like a ship materializing from mist came the tall figure. 7 feet at minimum, just as Watson remembered, impossibly proportioned, as if someone had taken human form and stretched it vertically beyond natural limits. The blank face, smooth and featureless as an egg, turned toward him, though it had no eyes to see with. It stood perfectly still, perfectly silent, watching Watson with that terrible eyeless gaze. Watson's hand found his walking stick, gripped it tight enough that his knuckles ached. "Who are you?" he demanded, grateful his voice came out steady despite the fear flooding through him. "What do you want?" The figure didn't respond, didn't move, simply stood there in the fog, a piece of nightmare given physical form, defying every rule of proportion and possibility Watson's rational mind insisted upon. Holmes's explanation echoed in Watson's memory. Stilts, a mask, theatrical effects designed to create terror. This was a man, just a man using tricks and darkness to seem something more. Watson forced himself to see past the fear response, to observe clinically the way he'd been trained. The height was consistent with someone on stilts, certainly. The unnatural stillness could be the careful balance required to maintain position on such devices. The blank face was clearly a mask, smooth and white, catching what little light penetrated the fog. Not supernatural then, not impossible, just a very clever, very disturbing costume worn by someone who understood fear's anatomy. "I know what you are," Watson said, raising his walking stick defensively. "You're a man on stilts wearing a mask. Clever, I'll grant you. Effective at frightening the unwary. But I'm neither unwary nor easily frightened. If you mean to try what you did with Greenwood, you'll find I'm considerably more difficult prey." For a long moment, nothing changed. The figure remained motionless. The fog swirled slowly around them both, and Watson's words seemed to hang in the air between them like a challenge waiting to be answered. Then the figure moved. But not toward Watson, away from him. It turned with that same unnatural fluidity he'd witnessed before, the movement too smooth, too gliding, and began retreating into the fog, but slowly, deliberately, as if inviting pursuit rather than fleeing confrontation. Watson made his decision instantly. Holmes had said to follow if possible, to track the phantom to its source. This was exactly the opportunity they'd been seeking. He moved forward, maintaining a safe distance of perhaps 20 yards, following the tall shape as it glided through the narrow streets of Lambeth. The pursuit led deeper into the maze of working-class housing, through alleys Watson had never explored, past buildings that seemed to sag under the weight of years and poverty. The figure moved with clear purpose, never hesitating at intersections, knowing exactly where it was going. Watson followed, marking the route in his mind, noting landmarks when the fog briefly permitted. A particular shop sign, a distinctive doorway, a crooked chimney stack. They descended gradually, Watson realised, moving toward the river, toward the Thames that ran through London like a dark artery. The smell of water grew stronger, the damp more pronounced. The buildings changed character, becoming warehouses and storage facilities rather than residences, places that emptied at nightfall and stood silent through the dark hours. The figure turned into a particularly narrow passage between 2 large warehouse structures. Watson slowed, caution warring with the need to keep his quarry in sight. The passage was barely wide enough for 2 men to walk abreast, the buildings rising 3 stories on either side, creating a canyon of brick and shadow that the fog filled like water in a gorge. Watson entered the passage, walking stick ready, every sense alert for ambush. The figure was perhaps 30 yards ahead, moving steadily, its impossible height made even more strange by the confined space. Then it stopped, turned to face him, and simply stood there waiting. Watson approached carefully, closing the distance to 20 yards, then 15. At 10 yards, he stopped. They stood facing each other in the narrow passage, hunter and hunted, though Watson was no longer entirely certain which role he occupied. "Who are you?" Watson called again. "Why are you doing this?" The figure raised one long arm, the movement oddly graceful despite the unnatural proportions, and pointed. Not at Watson, but past him, behind him. Watson spun, stick raised, expecting attack from the rear, but the passage behind him was empty, just fog and shadow, and the distant glow of the street he'd left. He turned back to the tall figure, and it was gone, vanished as completely as if it had never existed. The narrow passage stood empty, the fog undisturbed. Watson ran forward to where the figure had stood, searching for doors or side passages, for any explanation of how something so large could disappear so quickly in such a confined space. He found it at the passage's end, not a door, but an opening in the warehouse wall, low and dark and barely visible. A service entrance, perhaps, or a loading door left unsealed. The opening was too small for the figure's apparent height, but if someone on stilts were to crouch, to lower themselves... Watson crouched at the entrance, peering into darkness that the fog made absolute. The smell that emerged was stronger here, that scent of damp earth and organic decay, but also something industrial. Coal dust, perhaps. Chemical traces he couldn't identify. The smell of a place that had stood unused for some time. He should wait for Holmes, Watson thought. Should mark this location and return with reinforcement and proper lighting. But the fear that had gripped him in the street had transformed into something else. Determination, curiosity, anger at being toyed with. Whoever wore that mask and walked those stilts had terrorized innocent people, had taken Greenwood, had turned London's fog into a weapon of fear. Watson struck a match from the tin he carried, the small flame pushing back darkness by perhaps 2 feet. He could see rough stone walls, a floor of packed earth sloping downward, the suggestion of space beyond the light's reach. Another match, and another, each one revealing a bit more. This was some kind of cellar or underground storage, extending beneath the warehouse above. And there, barely visible at the edge of his last match's illumination before it guttered out, Watson saw them. Footprints. Not normal footprints, but the marks of stilts. 2 round impressions side by side, pressed deep into the earth, leading down into the darkness beneath the warehouse. The pattern was clear, unmistakable. His phantom had come this way and had descended into whatever lay below. Watson hesitated at the threshold, common sense warring with determination. The smart choice was retreat, finding Holmes and bringing police and proper equipment. The brave choice, or perhaps the foolish one, was to follow while the trail was fresh, while his quarry might still be close enough to catch. He thought of Greenwood, of the frightened chemist who'd heard footsteps behind him and vanished into fog and fear. He thought of the other victims, the ones who'd reported their terror only to be dismissed as hysterical or drunk. He thought of whoever might be next if this phantom wasn't stopped. Watson entered the darkness. The descent was gradual, the packed earth solid beneath his boots. He moved slowly, one hand trailing along the rough wall for guidance, the other gripping his walking stick. The darkness was complete, the kind of absolute blackness that exists only underground, only in spaces where light has never naturally reached. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying those strange scents more strongly. After perhaps 20 yards, the passage levelled out and opened into a larger space. Watson could tell by the change in acoustics, the way his careful footsteps no longer echoed close but dispersed into emptiness. He struck another match, cupping it carefully. The chamber revealed itself in stages as his eyes adjusted to the tiny flame. It was large, perhaps 30 feet across, with a ceiling of brick that suggested it lay beneath the warehouse proper. The walls were lined with old shelving, empty now save for dust and the remnants of things stored long ago and forgotten. In the centre of the space stood a workbench of sorts, and on it, Watson moved closer, the match held high and felt his breath catch. Equipment, tools, not the ordinary items one might find in a warehouse, but specialised implements that spoke of careful preparation and specific purpose. He saw stilts, confirming Holmes's theory, expertly, crafted and fitted with padding to muffle sound. A mask, smooth and white and terrible in its featurelessness, resting on the bench like a severed head. Ropes, canvas, items whose purpose Watson couldn't immediately determine, but whose presence suggested nothing good. And maps. Several maps of London, marked with symbols and annotations Watson couldn't read in the dim light. But he could see enough. Circles around certain areas, routes marked in red, dates, and times noted in a cramped hand. The match burned down to his fingers. Watson dropped it, plunging himself back into darkness, and immediately realized his mistake. He wasn't alone in the chamber. He couldn't see it, couldn't hear it over the hammering of his own heart, but he felt it. The presence of another person in the darkness, close enough that the air moved differently, close enough that he caught that scent of earth and decayed more strongly. Watson spun, stuck raised, backing toward where he remembered the entrance being. His boot caught on something, a rope on the floor perhaps, and he stumbled, catching himself against the wall. From somewhere in the darkness came a sound. Not footsteps this time, but breathing. Slow, measured, deliberate breathing from something that stood between Watson and the only exit he knew. "Who's there?" Watson demanded, hating how his voice echoed in the enclosed space, hating the tremor he couldn't quite suppress. "Show yourself." The breathing continued, steady and patient. Then, from the darkness, a voice, not deep or threatening, but calm, almost conversational, which somehow made it worse. "Dr. Watson, I presume. You're quite far from Baker Street." The voice had an educated accent. London, but refined. The speech of someone who'd had proper schooling. Whoever wore the mask and stilts wasn't some common criminal, but someone of intelligence and cultivation. "Who are you?" Watson asked, searching his pockets for more matches with fingers that shook slightly. "Someone who appreciates fear," the voice replied from the darkness. "Who understands its uses, its power, its value. You felt it yourself tonight, didn't you, Doctor? That primal terror when you heard footsteps behind you, when you saw something that shouldn't exist. That's what I create. That's what I am." Watson found his matches, struck one. The flame revealed nothing. Whoever spoke had moved, was somewhere beyond the small circle of light. The match showed him only empty space and his own shadow leaping huge against the brick walls. "Why?" Watson asked. "Why terrorize innocent people? Why take Greenwood?" A pause. The breathing continued somewhere in the darkness. "Innocent? No one is innocent, Doctor. Everyone has secrets. Everyone has debts. I simply collect what's owed." "That's not an answer." "It's the only answer you'll get tonight." The voice had moved again, circling perhaps, staying beyond the light's reach. "You should leave now, Dr. Watson. Go back to your comfortable rooms, your loyal friend, your stories of logic and reason. This place isn't for you. This work isn't for you to understand. I'm not leaving without answers, without finding out what happened to Greenwood." A soft laugh from the darkness, genuinely amused. "Brave. Foolish, but brave. Very well, Doctor. One answer before you go, whether you choose to go willingly or otherwise. Greenwood was a means to an end. They all are. The fear, the footsteps, the disappearances, all of it serves a purpose larger than you can imagine, and it's only just beginning." Watson turned toward where the voice had come from. Match held high, stick ready. "Then I'll stop it. Whatever you're planning, Holmes and I will—" "Will what?" The voice interrupted, still calm, still amused. "You can't stop what you can't understand. You can't catch what lives in fog and fear. Go home, Doctor. Tell your detective friend that London has secrets older and deeper than his methods can touch. Tell him." The match went out. In the sudden darkness, Watson heard movement. Fast. Too fast for someone on stilts to move naturally. He swung his stick in the direction of the sound, connected with nothing but air. Then something struck him from behind. Not hard enough to cause serious injury, but sufficient to stagger him, to send him stumbling forward in complete blackness. He caught himself, spun, lashed out again with the stick. Nothing. Just darkness and the fading echo of footsteps retreating deeper into spaces beneath the warehouse. Spaces Watson couldn't see, couldn't navigate, couldn't follow. By the time he'd struck another match, the chamber was empty, save for himself and the items on the workbench. The stilts and mask remained, but the maps were gone, taken by whoever had spoken from the darkness. And Watson, standing alone in the underground space with his tiny flame pushing weakly against an ocean of shadow, realized he'd been played. Drawn down here deliberately, allowed to see just enough to understand how little he actually knew, then dismissed like a child who'd wandered where he wasn't wanted. He made his way back to the entrance, climbed the sloping passage to the surface, emerged into fog that seemed almost welcoming after the absolute darkness below. His hands were shaking now that the immediate danger had passed, adrenaline leaving his system and taking his strength with it. Watson marked the warehouse location carefully in his mind, noted the street names visible on nearby corners, then made his way toward Westminster Bridge where he was to meet Holmes. He had much to report, though little of it was reassuring. Their phantom was real, was human, was intelligent and educated, and working towards some goal Watson couldn't fathom. And somewhere beneath London's streets, in spaces most people didn't know existed, someone was collecting victims and building towards something larger. The fog swirled around Watson as he walked, and he found himself listening to his own footsteps, wondering if somewhere in that grey darkness someone was listening to them too. Westminster Bridge materialised from the fog like a ghost of itself, its stone arches barely visible in the grey darkness, the Thames flowing unseen beneath with a sound like whispered secrets. Watson reached the designated meeting point shortly before midnight, his nerves still jangling from the encounter beneath the warehouse, his mind racing with questions that multiplied faster than answers could form. The bridge was deserted save for a single gas lamp struggling against the fog, creating a small island of hazy light that seemed to float in infinite greyness. Holmes arrived precisely at midnight, emerging from the fog with his characteristic swift stride, his sharp features drawn with concentration. He took one look at Watson's expression, and his own shifted immediately from expectation to concern. "You found him," Holmes said. Not a question, a statement of fact derived from reading Watson's posture, his dishevelled appearance, the slight tremor in his hands that hadn't quite subsided. "And from your condition, the encounter didn't go entirely as planned." Watson laughed, a sound without much humour. "That's an understatement. Come, let's walk while I tell you. I can't stand still just now." They moved along the bridge, footsteps echoing on stone, while Watson recounted the evening's events in careful detail. The pursuit through Lambeth's narrow streets, the tall figure leading him deliberately toward the warehouse, the descent into darkness, the underground chamber with its tools and maps, and most significantly, the conversation with a voice that had been educated, calm, and utterly chilling in its implications. Holmes listened without interruption, his face impassive save for the intensity of his eyes, which gleamed with the particular light that meant his mind was working at full capacity, absorbing every detail, constructing theories, testing possibilities against the framework of evidence. "He spoke to you," Holmes said when Watson had finished. "That's significant. He could have simply fled or attacked, but he chose conversation. That suggests either arrogance or purpose, possibly both. What precisely did he say about Greenwood?" "That he was a means to an end. That they all are. The victims, I presume. He claimed everything serves a larger purpose, that it's only the beginning." Watson paused, remembering the calm certainty in that voice. He seemed educated, Holmes, not the speech of a common criminal, but someone who'd had proper schooling, perhaps even university. "Which narrows our field considerably," Holmes murmured, his fingers drumming against his leg in the rapid pattern that indicated accelerated thought. "An educated man with knowledge of London's underground spaces, with theatrical skills sufficient to create a convincing supernatural persona, with access to specialised equipment and considerable time to dedicate to his scheme. Not a working man, then, someone with means and leisure." They had reached the south end of the bridge. Holmes paused, gazing out at the fog-shrouded river, his profile sharp against the diffuse glow of distant lamps. "You said he took the maps but left the stilts and mask. That's telling. The maps were valuable to him. They contained information he couldn't risk us seeing. But the tools of his theatrical persona were expendable, already served their purpose or easily replaced." "We could return to the warehouse," Watson suggested. "Examine what he left behind more thoroughly, perhaps find traces that would identify him." "We will, but not tonight. By now he'll have cleared anything truly incriminating, possibly collapsed the entrance or laid traps for anyone foolish enough to return." "No, Watson, we need to approach this from another angle." Holmes turned from the river, his expression intent. "Tell me again exactly what he said about Greenwood. Every word you can remember." Watson closed his eyes, reconstructing the conversation. "Greenwood was a means to an end. They all are. Then something about everyone having secrets, everyone having debts, and him simply collecting what's owed." "Debts," Holmes repeated softly. "Not crimes, not sins, but debts. A financial term, Watson. Combined with the maps showing specific locations, the targeting of working-class areas, the mention of a larger purpose." He fell silent, his mind clearly racing ahead. "What are you thinking?" I'm thinking we've been approaching this from the wrong direction entirely. We've been treating the phantom footsteps as the primary phenomenon, the thing to be explained. But what if they're merely a tool, a means to create the conditions necessary for something else entirely? Watson felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October air, such as displacement, terror used not for its own sake but to drive people away from specific locations at specific times. The maps in that underground chamber would have shown which locations, which times. Our educated phantom isn't creating fear randomly, Watson. He's wielding it with surgical precision to clear certain streets, to make certain areas unsafe, to force changes in behaviour or residence. But why? To what end? Holmes began walking again, his pace quickening with the energy that always accompanied revelation. Consider the timing. Our reports began approximately 10 days ago. Lestrade mentioned a development company. What was the name? Whitmore Holdings, Watson supplied, remembering the letter they'd found in Greenwood's shop. Precisely. Whitmore Holdings has been purchasing properties in exactly the areas where our phantom has been most active. They sent Greenwood notice that his lease wouldn't be renewed, that he had 3 months to relocate his business. But what if 3 months was too long? What if they needed the property sooner, needed him gone more quickly? Watson felt the pieces, beginning to align in his mind, though the picture they formed was ugly. You think the phantom was manufactured to drive Greenwood out? To terrorise him until he fled, or could be made to disappear, creating the appearance that he'd abandoned his property due to fear? With the shopkeeper gone, the lease could be declared void, the property claimed more quickly. Holmes's voice had taken on the hard edge it acquired when confronting particularly cold-blooded criminality. But Greenwood wasn't the only target, merely one among many. 9 reported incidents, Watson, and you suggested 90 unreported. How many of those victims were small business owners? How many held leases on properties in areas marked for development? They had reached a small square where several streets converged. Even at midnight there was some traffic here. A cab rattling past, a pair of workers heading home, the distant sound of voices from a pub not yet closed. Holmes found a bench beneath a struggling gas lamp and pulled out the small notebook he always carried, beginning to write rapidly. Tomorrow morning, we will begin investigating Whitmore Holdings. We need to know who owns it, what properties they've acquired, what timeline they're working toward. We also need to compile a list of all phantom sighting locations and cross-reference them with property ownership and recent transactions. He looked up at Watson. This isn't random terror, Doctor. This is systematic displacement disguised as a supernatural phenomenon. Someone is using fear as a weapon to clear land for profit. But the elaborate nature of it, Watson protested. The stilts, the mask, the theatrical performance. Surely there are simpler ways to intimidate people into leaving their properties. Simpler perhaps, but less effective and more legally actionable. Direct threats create witnesses and evidence. Mysterious footsteps create only fear and doubt. Victims question their own experiences, hesitate to report, convince themselves they imagine things. And when someone does disappear, like Greenwood, it appears to be a consequence of supernatural forces rather than human malice. No assault to prosecute, no clear villain to pursue, just fog and fear, and people who gradually abandon areas that have become too frightening to inhabit. Holmes rose, his energy restored by understanding, by the sense of the puzzle revealing its shape. We need to return to Baker Street. I want to review every piece of information we've gathered through this new lens. The newspaper reports, the police files, the geography of incidents, all of it will show a pattern now that we know what we're looking for. They walked briskly through fog-bound streets that had grown quieter as midnight passed into the small hours of morning. London at this hour belonged to shift workers and insomniacs, to those whose business required darkness, to the city's nocturnal rhythms that most of its daytime inhabitants never witnessed. Watson found himself studying every shadow, every alley entrance, every tall figure they passed, wondering if their phantom was still out there in the fog, perhaps watching them even now, perhaps amused by their investigations. Baker Street welcomed them with the warmth of gaslight still burning in their sitting room, Mrs. Hudson's thoughtfulness, leaving lamps lit against their return. They climbed the 17 steps with the weariness of men who'd walked miles through tension and fear, but also with renewed purpose, the energy that came from seeing a path forward through what had seemed impenetrable mystery. Holmes went immediately to his files. pulling out everything they'd accumulated on the case: newspaper clippings, police reports, the maps marked with incident locations, notes on victims and their circumstances. He spread it all across the table, creating what appeared to be chaos, but what Watson knew was actually the beginning of Holmes's particular method of organisation, arranging evidence spatially so he could see connections that linear thinking might miss. "Coffee, I think," Holmes said without looking up. "This will take several hours and I want my mind to be sharp. Would you be so kind, Watson?" Watson prepared the coffee while Holmes worked, the familiar domestic ritual grounding him after the evening's strangeness. By the time he returned with 2 steaming cups, Holmes had reorganised the entire table, grouping documents in ways that suggested he was already seeing patterns Watson had missed. "Look here," Holmes said, accepting coffee absently, his attention fixed on a cluster of newspaper clippings. "These 3 reports, all from Southwark, all within 2 blocks of properties that public records show were acquired by Whitmore Holdings in the past 4 months. And here, Whitechapel, 5 incidents clustered around a warehouse complex that was sold to Whitmore just 6 weeks ago. The timing is too precise to be coincidental." Watson leaned over the table, following Holmes's reasoning. "But not all incidents correlate with property acquisitions. Some seem genuinely random." "Camouflage," Holmes replied immediately. "If every phantom sighting occurred only on streets where Whitmore Holdings had interests, the pattern would be obvious even to Scotland Yard. But scatter additional incidents throughout similar neighbourhoods, maintain a broad geography of fear, and the specific targeting becomes invisible within the larger phenomenon. Brilliant, really, in a deeply immoral way." He pulled out the map of London they'd marked earlier, began adding new annotations with a red pencil. Whitmore's properties here, here, and here. Phantom sightings in those exact areas, plus dispersed sightings here, here, and here to obscure the pattern. And look at the dates, Watson. The incidents began shortly after Whitmore started their acquisition campaign. They're using fear to accelerate a development timeline to clear properties faster than legal eviction would allow. "But who is our phantom?" Watson asked. "Surely not the owners of Whitmore Holdings themselves. They wouldn't risk direct involvement. No, they'd hire someone discreet, someone skilled, someone willing to terrorise and potentially harm innocent people for money." Holmes's expression darkened. "The voice you heard in that underground chamber, educated, calm, professional. This is someone who views fear as a commodity, who's created an entire theatrical persona as a tool of his trade. Not a common thug, but a specialist in what we might call psychological warfare." He moved to the window, coffee cup in hand, gazing out at the fog that still pressed against the glass. "The question becomes, how do we prove it? We have theory and circumstantial evidence, but nothing that would stand in court. The stilts and mask you saw could belong to anyone. The underground chamber could be denied or claimed as storage. The timing correlation between property sales and phantom sightings is suggestive but not conclusive." Watson joined him at the window, feeling the weight of the problem. "We need to catch him in the act. Or find Greenwood, prove he was taken rather than fled." "Greenwood is likely dead," Holmes said quietly, "or held somewhere we'll never find in time. No, Watson, we need to predict where our phantom will strike next, set a trap, and catch him with evidence so clear even the most sceptical jury couldn't dismiss it." "How do we predict his next target?" Holmes smiled, though there was no warmth in it. "By understanding his employer's needs. Whitmore Holdings is working towards something, a development project with a specific timeline and specific property requirements. If we can determine what they're planning to build and where, we can identify which properties they still need to acquire and which current tenants stand in their way." He returned to the table, began sorting through papers with renewed intensity. "Tomorrow, or rather, today, given the hour, we visit the Office of Land Registry. We examine every property transaction Whitmore Holdings has made in the past year, map them precisely, and look for the gaps. Where haven't they acquired land? What pieces are missing from their puzzle? Those locations will be where our phantom strikes next." Watson checked his pocket watch. "Nearly 2 a.m. Shouldn't we rest? We've been up for nearly 20 hours and you haven't slept since yesterday." "Sleep is a luxury we can't afford while people are in danger. But you should rest, Watson. I'll continue here. I'm close to something, I can feel it." Holmes was already bent over the maps again, his profile sharp in the lamplight, his mind clearly racing far ahead of his words. Watson knew better than to argue. He collected some of the documents, intending to review them from his chair rather than retire completely, but within minutes of settling into the familiar leather, exhaustion claimed him. His last conscious thought was of a voice in the darkness, calm and educated, speaking of debts and purposes larger than Watson could imagine. He woke to daylight struggling through the fog, Mrs. Hudson gently shaking his shoulder with a concerned expression. "Dr. Watson, you've a visitor, Inspector Lestrade, and he says it's urgent." Watson sat up, his neck protesting from the awkward angle he'd slept in, and found Holmes already dressed in fresh clothes, eyes bright despite his sleepless night. Lestrade stood by the door, hat in hand, his face gravely. "Gentlemen, we've had another disappearance," Lestrade said without preamble. "A shopkeeper from Whitechapel vanished last night on his walk home, and this time there were witnesses." Holmes was instantly alert. "Witnesses to what, precisely?" "To a figure matching the description Dr. Watson gave me yesterday. Impossibly tall, moving strangely, pursued the shopkeeper into an alley. 2 workmen heard screams, came running, but found nothing except—" Lestrade paused, pulling a handkerchief from his pocket and unwrapping it carefully. Inside lay a smooth white object. A piece of the mask, Watson realised. A fragment that had broken off or been torn away, revealing what it was made of. Not plaster or ceramic as he'd assumed, but something lighter. Papier-mâché, perhaps, layered and hardened. "The workman found this at the alley entrance," Lestrade continued, "along with these." He produced a small bag containing what appeared to be metal tips, the kind that might cap the bottom of stilts to prevent slipping on cobblestones. Holmes took both items, examining them with intense focus. "Finally, physical evidence. Tell me everything about this shopkeeper, Lestrade. His name, his business, his property situation." Lestrade consulted his notebook. Marcus Webb, tobacconist, shop on Commercial Street. Been there 15 years. Well liked, no known enemies or debts. "And his lease?" Holmes asked, though Watson could tell from his tone he already suspected the answer. "Held through a landlord who sold the building 3 months ago. New owners gave Webb notice that his lease wouldn't be renewed. He had until January to relocate, but he'd been slow about it, kept hoping for an extension." Lestrade looked between Holmes and Watson. "Don't tell me this is about property development." "I'll tell you exactly what it's about, Inspector, but first we need to visit the Office of Land Registry. Watson, are you sufficiently recovered to accompany us?" Watson was already reaching for his coat. "Lead the way." The Office of Land Registry occupied a stolid building in Lincoln's Inn Fields, its interior smelling of old paper and the particular mustiness that accumulated around decades of filed documents. The clerk who assisted them was elderly, precise, and possessed of the peculiar devotion to records that characterized the best of his profession. "Whitmore Holdings," he repeated, adjusting his spectacles. "Yes, quite active in recent months, primarily in Southwark and Whitechapel, some holdings in Lambeth as well. Shall I pull the complete transaction history?" "If you would be so kind," Holmes said with the particular courtesy he employed when he needed cooperation. "Every property acquired in the past year with dates and previous owners." The clerk disappeared into the stacks, returning 20 minutes later with a substantial folder. Holmes spread the documents across the available table, his eyes scanning rapidly, his fingers tracing property boundaries on the maps included with each transaction. Watson watched his friend's expression shift from concentration to understanding to something like grim satisfaction. "What do you see?" he asked quietly. Holmes pointed to the map where he'd been marking properties with small pencil dots. "Look at the pattern, Watson. Whitmore isn't buying randomly. They're assembling a continuous plot of land, piece by piece. Here, here, and here. They've acquired everything in this 3-block area except for 5 properties. 3 residential, 2 commercial. Those 5 holdouts are preventing them from having the complete parcel they need for—" He pulled out another document, one that had been tucked into the file, a planning proposal submitted to the London County Council 6 months prior. Watson read over his shoulder and felt a chill of understanding. "A railway expansion," he breathed. "They're planning to extend the underground railway, and they need a continuous right-of-way. With construction scheduled to begin in January," Holmes added, his voice tight, "which means they need those final 5 properties cleared within the next 2 months. Legal eviction takes time, requires notice periods and potential compensation. But if tenants simply disappear, if properties become vacant due to unexplained circumstances, they can claim abandonment, void the leases, seize the properties," Lestrade finished, his face darkening. My God! They're manufacturing supernatural terror to steal land for railway development. Holmes was already gathering the documents. We need to protect those 5 remaining properties, warn the tenants, establish police presence, set our trap. Our phantom will be forced to strike soon. The timeline is pressing, and when he does, we'll be ready. But who is he? Watson asked. Who did Whitmore hire for this? Someone with theatrical training, obviously. Someone comfortable with heights and skilled in acrobatics. Stilt walking requires considerable balance and practice. Someone educated enough to plan systematically, but immoral enough to terrorize and harm innocent people. Holmes paused. And someone with knowledge of London's underground spaces, its sewers and tunnels and forgotten cellars. That's a relatively rare combination of skills, gentlemen. Lestrade was already moving toward the door. I'll have men posted at all 5 properties. Tonight. If your phantom appears, we'll have him. Carefully, Inspector, Holmes warned. He's proven himself resourceful and dangerous. Don't underestimate him simply because his methods are theatrical. And remember, he's almost certainly not working alone. Whitmore Holdings has resources and connections. They wouldn't risk direct involvement, but they're ultimately responsible for everything our phantom has done. They emerged from the registry office into fog that had thinned slightly with daylight but still clung to London like reluctance. Watson felt exhausted but also energized by understanding, by the sense that they'd finally grasped the shape of the conspiracy, even if they hadn't yet identified all its architects. Tonight then, Holmes said as they climbed into a cab back to Baker Street. Tonight we end this. We catch our phantom, prove the connection to Whitmore Holdings, and shut down their murderous development scheme before anyone else disappears into the fog. Watson nodded, gripping his walking stick with renewed determination. Somewhere in London's maze of streets, a man on stilts was preparing for another night of terror, another victim to clear from property needed for railway expansion. But this time, he wouldn't be hunting frightened shopkeepers in empty alleys. This time, he'd be walking into a trap set by London's finest detective. And by morning, Watson thought, the phantom footsteps would finally be silenced. The day passed in a blur of preparation and anticipation, London moving through its ordinary rhythms while Holmes orchestrated an extraordinary trap. By late afternoon, Baker Street had become something of a command centre, with Lestrade's men reporting in at intervals, maps spread across every available surface, and a sense of coiled tension filling the rooms like electricity before a storm. Watson stood at the window as evening approached, watching the fog begin its nightly ritual of reclaiming the city. The sky had taken on that peculiar grey-violet colour of October twilight, neither day nor night but something suspended between, and with it came the familiar dampness that heralded another fog-bound evening. The 5 properties are under surveillance, Lestrade reported, consulting his notes for perhaps the 10th time. 2 men at each location, positioned to observe without being obvious. They have descriptions of our phantom, instructions to follow rather than confront if possible, and whistles to summon reinforcement. Holmes nodded absently, his attention fixed on a map of the Thames embankment. He'd been studying it for the past hour with an intensity that suggested he saw something there that troubled him, though he hadn't yet shared what. "Holmes," Watson ventured, "is something wrong?" "Possibly everything," Holmes murmured, tracing a finger along the river's course. "Or possibly I'm seeing patterns that don't exist. Watson, do you recall what our phantom said to you in that underground chamber? His exact words about his work?" Watson thought back to that voice in the darkness. "He said it was only the beginning, that it served a larger purpose. Yes, but before that, when you asked about Greenwood specifically." "A means to an end," Watson quoted. "They all are." "They all are," Holmes repeated softly. "Not he is, but they are. Plural, Watson. Which suggests Greenwood isn't the only one who's been taken, only the first we know about. There could be others, victims who've vanished but haven't yet been connected to the phantom footsteps." Lestrade frowned. "We'd have heard about multiple disappearances, surely. Missing persons are reported, investigated." "Unless they're not reported as missing," Holmes interrupted. "Consider, working-class individuals, perhaps without close family, living alone in rented rooms, a shopkeeper who closes his business and leaves no forwarding address, a clerk who fails to show up for work and is assumed to have found employment elsewhere. In a city of millions, Watson, how many people slip through the cracks every day? How many disappear without anyone noticing or caring enough to file an official report?" The thought was chilling. Watson moved from the window to study the map Holmes had been examining. What does the Thames have to do with this? Perhaps nothing, perhaps everything. Holmes pointed to several locations along the river. When you encountered our phantom in Lambeth, you said the pursuit led you toward the Thames. The warehouse where you found his equipment was within 100 yards of the river. The underground chamber you described. Watson, you mentioned smelling damp earth and something organic, something that reminded you of preservation fluids. Yes, but I assumed it was just the mustiness of a disused cellar. What if it wasn't? What if that smell had a more specific source? Holmes pulled out another document, one Watson hadn't seen before. This morning, while you were resting, I made inquiries at the Thames River Police. In the past month, they've recovered 3 bodies from the river, all listed as probable suicides or accidental drownings, all unidentified, unclaimed, all discovered in the same general area of Southwark, within half a mile of where you found that warehouse. Watson felt his stomach tighten. You think they're connected to our case? I think the Thames is a very convenient disposal method for someone engaged in making people disappear. Bodies in the river can drift for miles, become unrecognisable, lose any evidence that might link them to specific crimes. And if they're found at all, the assumption is almost always drowning, accident, suicide, or drunken misadventure. No one looks for signs of prior violence or abduction. Lestrade had gone pale. My God! You're suggesting this isn't just property fraud, you're saying it's murder. I'm saying we don't yet know the full scope of what Whitmore Holdings has commissioned. Terrorising people into abandoning property is one thing, but what happens when someone refuses to be frightened away, when they're too stubborn or too poor to relocate easily? The deadline is January, Inspector. Construction must begin on schedule, which means those properties must be vacant, if fear doesn't work. He left the sentence unfinished, but its implications hung heavy in the room. Watson checked his pocket watch. Nearly 6 o'clock. Full darkness would arrive within the hour, and with it their phantom would likely begin his night's work. We should take our positions. If he's going to strike at one of the 5 properties, we want to be ready. Actually, Holmes said, his voice carrying that particular quality it had when he'd made a decision others wouldn't like. I want you to come with me to the Thames. Lestrade and his men can handle the surveillance of the properties. You and I have a different investigation to pursue. The bodies? Watson asked. The bodies, and more importantly, where they entered the water. The Thames police reports list the recovery locations, but bodies drift with the current. I want to find where they actually went in, which may tell us where they were held before disposal. Holmes was already reaching for his coat. And there's something else. Something in the reports that doesn't quite fit the pattern. Lestrade looked torn between his duties. Mr. Holmes, if you're right about the scope of this, I should come with you. Multiple murders change everything. Your men need coordination, Inspector, and we need someone in authority who can act quickly if our phantom appears at one of the watch properties. Watson and I will investigate the river. You maintain the surveillance. We'll reconvene at Baker Street by midnight, or sooner, if either party discovers something significant. Within 20 minutes they were in a cab heading toward the Thames, the fog thickening as they approached the river. The embankment at this hour was largely deserted, the honest workers having gone home and the less honest not yet emerged for their nightly business. Gas lamps struggled against the fog, creating small pools of hazy light that seemed to float in grey nothingness. Holmes directed the cab to Southwark, to a section of riverbank where warehouses and old docks created a landscape of shadows and decay. They dismissed the cab and walked the final quarter-mile on foot, Holmes consulting the Thames police reports by the light of the small lantern he'd brought. The first body was recovered here, he said, stopping at a set of stone steps that descended into the river. The tide was out, exposing muddy banks that smelled of silt, and things best not examined too closely. Male, approximately 40 years old, in the water perhaps 2 days before discovery. No identification, no distinguishing marks mentioned in the report. Watson looked at the dark water sliding past, thinking of what secrets it carried. How do we determine where he entered? By understanding the current. The Thames flows east toward the sea, but its speed varies with the tides and the configuration of the banks. A body entering the water upstream from here would drift down with the current. The question is, how far upstream? Holmes began walking west along the embankment, his lantern casting strange shadows against the warehouse walls. They walked for perhaps 10 minutes, Watson following Holmes's lead, trusting his friend's reasoning even when it wasn't entirely clear. The fog grew thicker as they moved away from the main thoroughfares, until they seemed to be walking through a world reduced to just themselves and a few feet of visible ground in any direction. Holmes stopped suddenly at a section of bank where an old loading dock extended out over the water. Wooden pilings rose from the mud like rotted teeth, and a rickety platform sagged above the tide line. "Here," he said softly, "or somewhere very near here." "How can you tell?" "Look at the configuration of the bank, the way the current would flow around this dock. A body entering the water here would be caught by the eddies, held close to shore initially, then released to drift downstream as the tide changed. The timing and recovery location match." He moved closer to the dock, playing his lantern over the wooden structure. Watson saw it at the same moment Holmes did. Marks on one of the pilings, fresh scratches in the old wood where something had scraped against it. And on the platform above, just visible in the lantern light, dark stains that could have been water damage, but might also have been something else. Holmes climbed onto the dock with the agility of a much younger man, Watson following more carefully, testing each board before trusting it with his weight. The platform groaned but held. Holmes crouched, examining the stains, touching them gently with one finger and then smelling it. "Blood," he said quietly. "Not fresh, but recent enough. And look here, Watson, drag marks. Someone or something was pulled across this platform toward the edge." Watson felt a chill that penetrated deeper than the October dampness. "Bodies, you were right. This is where they dispose of victims. Not just dispose, prepare them. Look at these stains, the distribution pattern. This is where they brought people after taking them, where they dealt with them before committing them to the Thames." Holmes stood, his face grim in the lantern light. "This is the final stage of our phantom's work. The footsteps and fear are merely the beginning, then abduction, then this." "But why kill them at all?" Watson protested. "If the goal is simply to clear properties, why not just terrorize people until they leave? Why risk murder?" "Because some people can't leave, or won't. Greenwood had a business to relocate, needed time to find new premises, and couldn't simply abandon everything on short notice. Webb the tobacconist, the same situation. They were obstacles that couldn't be moved by fear alone, so they were removed by more permanent means." Holmes's voice was tight with controlled anger. "And I suspect we'll find, when we check the property records, that both Greenwood's shop and Webb's were among the final pieces needed for Whitmore's railway expansion." A sound cut through the fog, a distant splash somewhere downstream from their position. Both men froze, listening. For a long moment, nothing but the eternal murmur of the river. Then another sound, closer now. Footsteps. Not the phantom's measured tread, but ordinary footsteps, multiple sets, approaching along the embankment. Holmes extinguished the lantern instantly, plunging them into darkness, broken only by the faint glow of distant gas lamps filtered through fog. They pressed back against the warehouse wall, Watson's hand finding his walking stick, both men barely breathing. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by low voices and the scrape of something being dragged. Watson's eyes had adjusted enough to make out shapes in the fog. 2 figures, perhaps 3, moving along the bank toward the dock. One was tall, very tall, though not on stilts at the moment. The others were of more ordinary height, bulkier, moving with the shambling gait of men performing unpleasant labour. They reached the dock and began dragging their burden onto it. In the darkness, Watson couldn't see clearly what it was, but his medical training recognised the shape and weight distribution. A body. They were disposing of another body. Holmes's hand gripped Watson's arm tightly, a warning to remain still, to observe rather than intervene. The men worked quickly, efficiently, with the practice of those who'd done this before. They manoeuvred their burden to the platform's edge, and even in the poor light, Watson could see what happened next. They pushed it over, and after a moment came the splash of something heavy entering the Thames. The tall figure stood at the edge, watching the water, while his companions began cleaning the platform with rags and water drawn from the river. Their voices were too low to distinguish words, but there was no urgency in their movements, no fear of discovery. They worked with the calm assurance of men who believed themselves unobserved and untouchable. After perhaps 5 minutes they finished and departed the way they'd come, footsteps fading into fog, leaving behind only the smell of the river and something darker, more organic. Watson waited until the sounds had completely disappeared before whispering, Should we have stopped them? And accomplished what? Holmes replied quietly. 3 men against 2 in darkness, in a location they know intimately. We'd have been lucky to escape alive, and we'd have lost the larger case. Now we know this is their disposal site. Now we know the operation involves multiple people, and now we know they're still actively working, still taking victims. He moved cautiously to the dock's edge, peering, down at the water below. The tide had turned, Watson realised. The body that had just been committed to the Thames would drift downstream with the current, eventually be found or not found, be identified or not identified, become one more statistic in the river's endless accounting of London's lost and forgotten. We need to alert the Thames police, Watson said. Have them search downstream, try to recover the body before it drifts too far. Already planned. But first, I want to see where our friends came from. Holmes had already started moving along the embankment, following the route the 3 men had taken. Watson hurried after him, his walking stick ready, his nerves singing with tension. The trail led them to a warehouse about 100 yards upstream from the dock, larger than the one Watson had explored in Lambeth, but with the same air of disuse and decay. A small door stood slightly ajar, light visible through the crack, voices audible from within. Holmes approached with extreme caution, Watson close behind, both men moving with the silence of long practice. They positioned themselves beside the door, listening. "Told you to be more careful with the timing," a voice was saying. Educated, cultured, frighteningly familiar. The voice Watson had heard in the underground chamber. "The police are watching the remaining properties. We'll need to wait. Let the surveillance relax before we make another attempt. And the deadline?" Another voice, rougher, impatient. "Construction begins in January. We're running out of time. Then Whitmore will have to accept a delay, or negotiate the final properties legally. I agreed to facilitate clearances through psychological means, not to operate under impossible constraints. The detective is too close now, that fool Sherlock Holmes and his army doctor companion." Watson felt Holmes stiffen beside him at this mention. The rough voice again. "What do you want us to do with the equipment, the stilts and masks?" "Destroy them. Burn the costumes, break down the stilts, scatter the pieces, and this warehouse needs to be cleared completely by tomorrow. Move everything to the secondary location across the river. If Holmes comes here, he'll find nothing but empty space. And the remaining targets?" A pause, then that cultured voice, cold and precise. "We suspend operations for now, let the fear dissipate, let the police think it was all hysteria and coincidence. In a month, perhaps 6 weeks, we resume if necessary, but differently. No more theatrics, no more phantom, more direct methods." Holmes pulled Watson back from the door, moving them away from the warehouse with urgent silence. Once they were far enough to speak without being heard, he whispered rapidly, "We need Lestrade and his men now. They're planning to destroy evidence and relocate. If we don't move tonight, we will lose everything." "But we heard them. We have their confession." "Overheard conversations aren't enough. We need physical evidence, the equipment, documentation linking them to Whitmore Holdings, and we need to catch them in the act of disposal or abduction." Holmes was already moving, heading back toward the main street where they could find a cab. "Alert the Thames police as well. I want that body recovered before morning." They found a cab and made record time back to Baker Street, where Lestrade was coordinating his surveillance operations. Holmes explained in rapid-fire sentences what they'd witnessed, what they'd overheard, the urgency of acting immediately. Lestrade absorbed it all, his face darkening with each revelation. Multiple murders in service of property development. Christ, this is bigger than anything I've handled. "Which is why we need to move carefully but quickly," Holmes said. "Surround the warehouse, block all exits, and raid simultaneously. They're planning to clear out by tomorrow. We have tonight to catch them with evidence intact." Within the hour, a force of 20 police constables had assembled. The plan was precise. Surround the warehouse completely, wait for Holmes's signal, then move in together to prevent escape. Lestrade would lead the main force through the front entrance. Holmes and Watson would cover the riverside, preventing disposal of evidence or escape by water. They returned to Southwark in a convoy of police vehicles, the fog now so thick that visibility extended barely 10 feet. Perfect conditions for the operation, Holmes noted. The suspects wouldn't see the police assembling, wouldn't know they were surrounded until it was too late. At the warehouse, officers moved into position with professional silence. Watson found himself beside Holmes at the loading dock, where they'd witnessed the body disposal, both men watching the warehouse's river entrance, ready to intercept anyone who attempted to escape by water. The minutes stretched. Watson could hear his own heartbeat, feel the tension in his muscles from holding position in the damp cold. Then, from the front of the warehouse, Lestrade's whistle pierced the fog. The raid began, shouts echoed through the night, the crash of doors breaking, running footsteps, and there, the river entrance burst open, two figures emerging in flight. Holmes was already moving, intercepting the first with a tackle that sent them both sprawling to the muddy bank. Watson raised his stick as the second figure came at him, the tall one, the Phantom himself without his stilts but still imposing. They grappled briefly, Watson using his military training to good effect, before police constables arrived to assist. Within minutes, both men were restrained, and the warehouse was secure. Inside, under the harsh light of police lanterns, the full scope of the operation revealed itself. The stilt-walking equipment, yes, but also costumes, masks in various stages of construction, maps showing not just the 5 known properties, but dozens more marked for future operations, and, most damning of all, a ledger carefully maintained listing names, dates, properties and outcomes. Greenwood's name was there, Webb's, and 7 others, all marked with a simple notation. Resolved, River. 9 murders to clear property for railway development. 9 lives ended so that Whitmore Holdings could maintain its construction timeline. The tall man, their Phantom, said nothing, maintaining dignified silence even in custody. But his companion, faced with evidence of multiple murders, began talking, offering up names and details in exchange for leniency. He confirmed what Holmes had deduced. Whitmore Holdings had hired the tall man, a former theatrical performer named Cornelius Vale, to create fear and clear properties. When fear proved insufficient, the mandate had expanded to more permanent solutions. As dawn broke over the Thames, washing the fog away in grey light, Watson stood with Holmes watching the river police drag operations. They'd recovered the body disposed of during the night, a woman, middle-aged, still unidentified, but matching the description of a shopkeeper who'd gone missing from Southwark 3 weeks prior. 9 known victims, Holmes said quietly. Possibly more we haven't found. All so that a railway could be built on schedule. Will Whitmore Holdings face justice? If we can prove they knew what methods were being employed, yes, the ledger helps. It suggests reporting and oversight. But companies are skilled at maintaining deniability. Still, Vale and his accomplices will face the gallows, and that's something. Watson looked at the river, thinking of all it had carried away, all the secrets it had kept. The phantom footsteps would be explained now, the terror given rational explanation. But 9 people had still died. 9 lives ended for profit. As they returned to Baker Street through morning streets slowly waking, Watson thought about fear and how easily it could be weaponized, about how darkness and fog could hide the worst of human nature. The case was solved, the phantom caught. But some mysteries, Watson thought, remained unsolved, and some footprints led to places best left unexplored. The days following the arrest of Cornelius Vale and his accomplices passed in a blur of legal proceedings and newspaper sensation. London, it seemed, could speak of nothing but the phantom who had stalked its fog-bound streets, the elaborate conspiracy that had transformed fear into profit, and the 9 souls who had paid the ultimate price for railway expansion. Baker Street received a steady stream of visitors, officials requiring statements, journalists seeking interviews, and private citizens who'd experienced the phantom footsteps and now wanted their encounters documented and explained. Holmes bore it all with patient weariness, providing the facts when necessary, but avoiding the theatrical embellishments that the press seemed to crave. He had little patience for sensationalism, particularly when 9 murders lay at the heart of the matter. The case, to his mind, was less about brilliant deduction and more about systematic evil enabled by greed and corporate distance from consequence. It was 3 days after Vale's arrest that Inspector Lestrade arrived at Baker Street with news that brought a measure of satisfaction, though it couldn't undo what had been done. He climbed the 17 steps with the heavy tread of someone carrying both triumph and sorrow, and accepted the chair Watson offered with a grateful nod. Vale has confessed, Lestrade announced without preamble, not to save himself. He knows the gallows await regardless, but apparently to unburden his conscience. if a man like that can be said to have one. Holmes set down the chemistry apparatus he'd been cleaning and gave Lestrade his full attention. Did he implicate Whitmore Holdings? Directly and extensively. He kept records, Mr. Holmes, detailed records of every instruction he received, every payment, every communication. It seems he didn't entirely trust his employers and wanted insurance should they attempt to make him a convenient scapegoat. Lestrade pulled out a folder thick with documents. The director of Whitmore Holdings, a man named Augustus Whitmore, personally commissioned the terror campaign, hired Vale for his theatrical skills and what he delicately termed his willingness to pursue practical solutions. Practical solutions being murder, Watson said quietly. Precisely. Vale was paid handsomely, £500 per property cleared, with bonuses for quick resolution. He recruited his accomplices from the London underworld, men with experience in violence and no particular scruples about its application. The stilts and masks were Vale's own innovation, drawing on his theatrical background. He'd performed as a stilt walker in his youth, touring with various shows across Europe. Holmes leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled beneath his chin. And the victims? Has he provided information that might help identify those we haven't yet named? He has. 7 of the 9 have now been identified, all small business owners or long-term tenants whose properties stood in the way of the railway expansion. The remaining 2 were apparently cases of mistaken identity, wrong place and time, people who resembled intended targets and were taken before the error was discovered. Lestrade's voice carried disgust. Vale expressed regret about those particular deaths. Not moral regret, you understand, but professional annoyance at the inefficiency. Watson felt his jaw tighten. He'd encountered evil during his military service, had seen what humans could do to one another in war's extremity, but there was something particularly chilling about this calculated deployment of terror for profit, this transformation of fear into a business model. What sentence does Whitmore face? He asked. If justice is served, the same as Vale, death by hanging. The Crown prosecution is building a case based on Vale's testimony and the documentary evidence. It will take months to proceed through the courts, but the outcome seems certain. Whitmore attempted to flee when we came for him, which rather undermined his claims of innocence. Lestrade allowed himself a grim smile. He was apprehended at Dover, attempting to board a ship to France. Holmes nodded slowly, though his expression remained troubled. And the properties themselves, the railway expansion, suspended indefinitely. The scandal has made it politically impossible to proceed, even with legitimate acquisitions. The London County Council is conducting a full review of the project. Some say it will be cancelled entirely, though others believe it will resume in modified form once the fuss dies down. Railways are needed, after all, regardless of the crimes committed in their name. True enough, Holmes murmured, though one hopes future developers will employ less murderous methods of land acquisition. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of the case settling over them. 9 lives taken, 2 men facing execution, a development project in ruins, and London's confidence in its own safety shaken. The phantom had been caught and explained, reduced from supernatural terror to mere criminality, but the scars it had left would take longer to heal. There is one thing, Lestrade said, his tone shifting slightly, becoming uncertain in a way that immediately captured Holmes's attention. Something Vale mentioned during his confession that, well, it doesn't quite fit with everything else. Go on, Holmes prompted. He claims he only operated for approximately 3 weeks, began his campaign in early October, escalated to abductions by mid-month, and was working on his final targets when you gentlemen intervened, which matches our timeline. The first reported phantom sightings were about 3 weeks ago. Yes, Watson said, not seeing the difficulty. Well, Doctor, the thing is, we've had other reports, older reports, predating Vale's campaign by months or even years, people claiming they heard footsteps behind them in fog, saw tall shadowy figures, felt pursued by something unnatural. Lestrade pulled out another set of documents, older police reports with dates stretching back over 2 years. We dismissed them as urban legend, the sort of ghost stories that circulate in any large city. But now? Holmes took the reports, scanning them rapidly. His eyes narrowed with interest. These are concentrated in the same general areas, Southwark, Lambeth, the Docklands, but the dates predate any railway development plans, any property acquisition by Whitmore Holdings. Exactly, which suggests either remarkable coincidence or... Lestrade trailed off, clearly uncomfortable with the alternative. Or Vale wasn't the first to employ this particular method of creating terror, Holmes finished. Or there was something already present in those areas, something that Vale discovered and exploited, something that gave him the idea for his phantom persona. Watson felt a familiar chill, the same sensation he'd experienced during his encounters with the tall figure in the fog. "You're not suggesting something supernatural." "I'm suggesting nothing of the sort," Holmes replied, though his tone lacked its usual certainty. "But I am noting a pattern that extends beyond our solved case. Vale created a phantom to serve his purposes, yes, but perhaps he based his creation on something that already existed in London's folklore, or perhaps there were others before him who used similar methods for different ends." "I'll be honest with you, Mr. Holmes," Lestrade said, gathering his documents. "I don't particularly want to investigate this further. We've caught our murderers, solved our case, achieved justice for the victims we can identify. These older reports, well, they're just stories, aren't they? Fog playing tricks, imagination filling in gaps, the sort of thing that happens in any city with dark streets and heavy mist." "Most likely," Holmes agreed, though Watson noticed he didn't sound entirely convinced. "Thank you for the update, Inspector. Please keep us informed as the prosecution proceeds." After Lestrade had departed, Watson found Holmes at the window, staring out at Baker Street, where afternoon light was already fading toward evening. The fog was returning, as it did every October evening, reclaiming London for the hours between dusk and dawn. "You're troubled," Watson observed. "I'm unsatisfied," Holmes admitted. "We've explained the recent events perfectly well. Vale and his theatrical background, Whitmore and his murderous greed, the specific timeline and methodology. It all fits together neatly, almost too neatly." "How can an explanation be too neat?" "By accounting for everything except the thing that doesn't fit. These older reports, Watson, they describe the same phenomenon, the same tall figure, the same following footsteps, years before Vale began his campaign. Either we're dealing with remarkable coincidence, or there's a layer to this mystery we haven't uncovered." Watson joined him at the window. Perhaps Vale wasn't original. Perhaps he heard the old stories and decided to recreate them for his purposes. Possible, Holmes acknowledged. In fact, quite likely. And yet... He trailed off, and Watson didn't press. He'd learned over their years together that Holmes's instincts, while not infallible, were worth respecting. If his friend sensed something unresolved in the case, there was probably something there, even if it couldn't be immediately identified. The week that followed brought closure of a sort. The newspapers exhausted their coverage of the Phantom case and moved on to other scandals. Whitmore Holdings collapsed amid the scandal, its assets seized to compensate victims' families. Vale and his accomplices awaited trial with the certainty of conviction hanging over them like a shroud. But Watson noticed that Holmes remained restless, often standing at the window during the evening hours, watching fog settle over London with an expression that suggested expectation rather than mere observation. He didn't press his friend, but he wondered what Holmes was watching for, what loose thread he was still trying to follow. The answer came on a Thursday evening, exactly 1 week after Lestrade's visit. Watson had been reading by the fire, Holmes apparently dozing in his chair when his friend suddenly sat upright with the abruptness of someone waking from a significant dream. "Watson," he said urgently, "do you recall what our phantom, what Vale, said to you in that underground chamber, his exact words about his work?" Watson thought back to that voice in the darkness. He said it was only the beginning, that it served a larger purpose than I could understand. Yes, but those were his later statements, after you challenged him. What did he say initially, when you first asked who he was? Watson closed his eyes, reconstructing the conversation. He said he was someone who appreciates fear, who understands its uses, its power, its value. That's what he created, what he was. Created, Holmes repeated softly. Not discovered, not found, created. As if fear itself was his invention, his unique contribution. He rose abruptly, moving to the shelves where he'd stored all the case documents. But what if it wasn't? What if Vale was telling the truth as he understood it, that he created the phantom persona, while missing a larger truth? I don't follow. Holmes pulled out the old police reports Lestrade had left, spreading them across the table. Look at these dates, Watson. 1883, 1884, scattered reports throughout 1885 and into 1886. All describing similar phenomena, footsteps in fog, tall shadowy figures, people feeling pursued. Then a gap of nearly a year with no reports. Then they resumed in October 1887, which is when Vale began his campaign. Perhaps people simply stopped reporting them during the gap period. Or perhaps whatever was creating them stopped, or went elsewhere, or changed its methods. Holmes's eyes gleamed with renewed energy. Watson, what if there is, something else operating in those fog-bound streets? Something that Vale either encountered or heard about, something that inspired his theatrical recreation, but wasn't itself theatrical at all? Watson felt his scepticism warring with an uncomfortable unease. Holmes, we've established that the recent events were entirely human agency. Vale on stilts, wearing masks, using fog and darkness to create illusions of the supernatural. There's no mystery left to solve. No mystery regarding Vale's activities, Holmes corrected, but these older reports predate him by years. They describe the same phenomena he later recreated. Either Vale was extraordinarily unoriginal, copying something that already existed, or... He paused, seeming to struggle with how to articulate what he was thinking. Or what, Watson prompted. Or London's fog hides more than we've accounted for. Or there are patterns of crime and terror that repeat across years, different perpetrators using similar methods. Or... Holmes stopped, shaking his head. Or I'm seeing connections that don't exist, patterns in randomness, mystery where there's only coincidence and human evil. He gathered the reports, filed them away with evident reluctance. Perhaps you're right, Watson. We've solved the case we were presented with. Vale will hang, Whitmore will hang, justice will be served for the 9 we can name and hopefully for any others we haven't identified. The phantom footsteps have been explained and stopped. Then why do you seem unconvinced? Holmes returned to the window, looking out at the fog that had settled thick and impenetrable over Baker Street. Because somewhere out there, in those older reports, there are people who heard footsteps behind them years before Vale began his campaign. People who saw tall figures in the fog, who felt pursued by something they couldn't explain. Were they all experiencing acoustic peculiarities, all suffering from hysteria or overactive imaginations? Or was there something else, something we've explained away without fully understanding? Watson joined him at the window, looking out at the grey darkness that had swallowed the familiar street. Somewhere in that fog, ordinary Londoners were making their way home, walking through darkness that had recently harboured a murderer in a mask. The phantom had been caught, the mystery solved, the terror given rational explanation, and yet Watson found himself listening to the sounds filtering up from the street, footsteps passing below, their rhythms ordinary and explainable, but somehow, in the context of recent events, carrying an edge of uncertainty. Was that one set of steps or two? Was that echo natural or something else? In the fog, certainty became difficult, and imagination filled the gaps that reason left empty. Perhaps, Watson said slowly, some mysteries are better left partially unsolved. We've caught the murderer, saved future victims, brought justice for those we could identify. If there are questions remaining about older incidents, well, they're not our immediate concern. Spoken like a practical man, Holmes said with a slight smile. And you're probably right. We can't solve every mystery London presents us. We can only address the ones that manifest in our time, with our methods. He turned from the window, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Come, Watson. Mrs. Hudson mentioned something about stew for dinner, and I find myself unusually hungry. Let's leave the fog to its secrets for tonight. They moved away from the window, back to the warmth and light of their sitting room, back to the comfortable routine of their domestic life. But before he sat down, Watson glanced back at the window one more time, at the fog pressing against the glass like something alive and curious. Out there in the grey darkness, London breathed and moved and kept its 10,000 secrets. The phantom footsteps had been explained, the mystery solved, the case closed. But the fog remained. And in the fog, Watson thought, there would always be footsteps. Some of them would be ordinary pedestrians making their way home. Some would be echoes and acoustic tricks, sound behaving strangely in heavy mist. And perhaps, just perhaps, some would be something else entirely. Something that predated Vale's theatrical creation, something that would outlast his execution, something that walked the boundary between explanation and mystery, between the rational and the unknown. But those footsteps, if they existed, were for another night, another investigation, another case. Tonight the fire was warm, dinner was waiting, and Baker Street was safe. That would have to be enough. Outside, the fog thickened, and somewhere in its depths footsteps echoed against cobblestones, measured and patient, following rhythms only they understood. And London, ancient and inexhaustible, kept walking into its own eternal twilight, carrying more stories than could ever be told, more mysteries than could ever be solved, more shadows than any light could fully dispel. The phantom had been caught, but the night and the fog and the footsteps that walked within them, those remained, always remained, waiting for the next lonely walker, the next fog-bound evening, the next story to begin. That's our story for tonight. Perhaps you're settling into the quiet midnight of Zurich, the soft seaside air of Cape Town, the warm night hum of Mexico City, or the gentle calm of Copenhagen. If this moment brought you comfort, like the episode and subscribe for more nights filled with quiet dreams. Let the darkness feel soft around you. Let your thoughts drift slowly. Let your dreams rise like a quiet tide. Sleep peacefully now, wherever you are in this vast and beautiful world.